Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Today we'll set up our oil refinery, the research of which should be completing soon. We set up our first small oil field. Not sure how much oil this is producing. Seems like we have very low amounts, but right now we only have one pump running. 5 more are on their way. And hopefully it'll be enough oil to at least make a little bit of fuel, which will help with domestic consumption and reduce our import needs. And then we'll add oil fields as necessary, with one more oil field being close to the gravel processing area. That should be nice and fast to set up. Looks like we're into make a profit this month. Looks like all resources needed to construct the things that we need have been imported already, so this month it's looking much better. And yeah, we'll have to run down our loans again a little bit. It's always getting out of hand, and I think we're doing good, and then I'm taking more loans. That's how it goes. Deficit spending for the win. Once the research completes, we'll plan it out, remove one pipe from the power plant, from this tank, and hook that up to the refinery. It's not really intended to produce for export. It would make a lot of money, but still the main purpose is running tourism for profit. And we're slowly working towards that. We also, I think, need a gas station in the area, which we will probably put over here, maybe with a wind turbine. But then again, we probably also have a power connection in the area. How do I want to do that? Do I want to make a transformer in the area too? Probably. Nope, not like that. That way. Okay. We would need electricity for that, but I think we'll set up a transformer and we'll get 6 substations, which I think might be enough to start out here. And we'll also set up a high voltage switch to add more if we need to, easily. We have one more output available. I think I'll run that into another switch and then use the higher voltage wires from there. So this will be able to supply enough electricity over here. 18 megawatts is too much. Let's not delete the wrong thing. Okay. 12 megawatts should be enough. Well, at some point there will be a power connection into here. And yeah, 12 megawatts for all of this should be fine, but this will have an 18 megawatt connection going to a nuclear power plant at some point again, I think. For now, what we need is a power line going all the way over to our new tourist area. So we'll set up transformer to start out with the option of having more. These can catch fire, but there will be a fire station right next to them. And then the 6x switch. I think 7 megawatts should be enough. I will go for 12 megawatt wires. There should never be more than 9 megawatts used of these, because that's how much all the connections can use up. You have 6 connections with a 1.5 maximum usage if you're using underground wires. So 6 times 1.5 is 9. So it should be below 9. But then again, I don't think we should reach that number. And now we go from the high voltage switch past the airfield. If we can, we cannot. So we might have to dig wires towards here. The nuclear power plant is going to be somewhere over here, probably, with 1 uranium mine should be enough. And if not, then at that point we will be able to hook other things up. But I guess this one would also be happy with only having 112 megawatt underground wire. Can it not go underneath? Yes, it can. Okay. There's a wire in the way. Stop trying to connect to these. Okay. That will be the power line for the tourist area. And then I think we'll use a 5 megawatt wire. It'll be plenty. If we need more, we can drop another switch, another transformer. I think. No, just use the largest wire. These are really short connections. It's fine. Ambulance warning, weird. Anyway, got the refinery research. Don't really have anything else that is important, but we'll go towards uranium just because we can. And the refinery is scheduled to go down here. Good old friend refinery. That will work well. I think. If we build it here, then water and sewage are also already handled. What are the shops complaining about now? That one. Well, that one theoretically could also get a dedicated meat truck, I guess. Always keep things topped off. But the distribution office should be able to handle that. Anyway, we'll set one up. With the smallest truck again, because the shopping center is really small. Load any meat. Unload meat. Do not wait until fully unloaded, but wait until fully loaded in the customs house. And don't go to the customs house, go to our general storage over here. And I guess you can wait until fully loaded. It shouldn't ever be an issue, but maybe we won't set this to wait until fully loaded in case that we have an issue with like the truck having a breakdown and hasn't filled up the storage in a while. Okay. And now we build an oil refinery. People can walk to the construction site if they want. But we will prevent that until we have the materials in range. We will need 2 storage tanks. For domestic consumption. And yes, we will be exporting goods that we are making to the border, that's for sure. The tanks can be next to the refinery, that's fine. I think I should probably add a pump in between. I don't think I need to, but I think I will. The vehicles will not go to the tanks themselves, but there will be a loading station that allows people to load either fuel or bitumen. And I think I could also use one pump for both resources, but I'll set up one each. Right across the power line. We're not going to do that. I wish these things would wouldn't happen. I wonder if that's going to disappear when the road gets built. And we're going to try and find out. So this will pump into the tanks, and then later on we'll have storages available. And these pumps have been set up to be splitting pumps, so the priority will be these tanks, and then the excess will go towards the border to be exported. With probably one more pump necessary. So we'll need another pump set up here. And then we should be able to reach the border. And since the border pump only has one input for export and one input for import, we'll merge both of our exports into one. And this should be able to go to the border now. Unless my guesstimation is off. We will be able to reach this. And the tech that we have researched to allow us to build a foreign pipe connection will now come in handy. Because we're going to use it. Probably not for a while. Because we have to fill up our storages first, but it will get set up. And we need the export pipe. That should work. And then we merge both exports into one pipe, and if we have excess bitumen or excess fuel, it will get sent to the border and be sold for market price. That's the plan. Our pumps have electricity. The tanks don't need electricity, even though they will be complaining about it. But they don't need it because no vehicle is supposed to load at them. And then we'll have two loading stations, one for fuel and one for bitumen. Although I could share a loading station, which might be more economic, I guess. No, it only has an input. I will build two of them, one for fuel and one for bitumen in this area. And that will allow vehicles to load whatever resource they need. One being fuel and one being bitumen, which we will have to set up in some way, shape or form. Should work, I think. Don't need a pump in between, they can just siphon it from the tank, because I think these are active buildings. And if I had a pump in between, then if I had a distribution office going to the loading facilities, the distribution office would not know how much is in the tank, but if it's directly connected, that will work. And that should be a simple setup for a domestic supply. Now we need to have enough money to build the oil refinery. The other setup is nice to have, so that one is not, but the export is. So we'll hold off on all of that for now. Still only one pump check active. Okay. We need more gravel, apparently. Only one person being active here right now. Lots and lots of parking spaces, lots and lots of vehicles available, but apparently they decide that they all want to work inside the town instead. Now I could force them to not do that by having road signs here that don't allow any personal vehicles to travel into that direction. But then I think if doctors travel towards this area, they would also have trouble driving back, except they would have to drive the long way back, I guess. So maybe that is actually a solution, to force more workers towards to where they should go. So now these parking lots should not have access to the town anymore. Oh. Once this one is also deactivated. But people from up here can still drive down there. They just have to take a detour to get back out of there. So any worker who wants to find work needs to go down here and work in the gravel processing or asphalt plant. And that will be okay. Once our new town is up, I might remove that restriction again, because we might also have lots of people here with parked vehicles trying to travel to the gravel processing. But we'll see. Waste storage is still running full. I might stop the imports for now. That is generating a decent chunk of extra waste that we will prevent from happening for now. Don't think I have anything else that is generating extra waste. So yeah. Set up oil refinery. Be happy. Need an excavator. And then we have access to the oil refinery and can build it. No worker should walk onto the construction site, I already disabled that. We will set it to high priority, so everyone gets to go to work there for now. Unless it's already full, but yeah. Meat storage. Okay, now we have enough workers in here. I could now add more trucks, but that could lead to the risk of running into traffic jam warnings here. And I don't know if I want that. Okay, the real issue is that we are not bringing in enough quarried stone anymore. So I need more trucks. And that means I need the distribution office also. It's still stuck in the customs house, isn't it? Okay. I'll set up a distribution office, and that'll handle vehicle travel here, so we don't get a traffic warning in that area either. It'll be a large well, medium-sized distribution office, but the largest ones we have available. If that one catches fire, fire station should be able to make it. Hopefully. All the dump trucks are going to go into the distribution office and pick up resources from the quarries, delivering them into storage based on the demand of how many resources we need. Almost out of money again. It was looking so well, and then we stopped making money. Well, we started importing a lot of resources again last month. Electronics are really expensive. Maybe I should make electronics out of our scrapped resources. Let's take out another loan. Interest rate 4.4. We can remove one loan. Let's see if that loan is enough to build the refinery without anything else. Research still going strong. Okay, now we have 2 trucks unloading. Why do you have coal in there? What the hell? Is it because I switched your traffic route while you were still in the customs house? Or did you just cheat load coal out of the quarry or something? I do need an excavator in here. I could buy a western one. Oh, we don't have the better western ones yet. Once we have those, we'll probably replace these ones with new ones. They'll have to drive a really long distance, but it might be worth it. Let's add 2 more dump trucks. To the same area, but the other excavator. Will be a while before they get out of the customs house, I guess. These roads, I think I'll change this. And then the rightmost lane is gonna be resource traffic, and the leftmost lane is gonna be bus traffic and everything else. Passenger traffic also. Demolition crew might get stuck here, so let's add a dirt road to help with the demolition. So the bus went to the start of the line, and I think it'll drive in here. Okay, maybe not. Oh no, wait, it was, I think the right side has priority, but maybe I'm now completely wrong as well, but yeah, I'm completely wrong as well. Never mind. I thought there was some prioritization going on with this, but apparently not. This is not one way? This is one way. Two dump trucks. Wait it out. Wait, did I steal a dump truck from a coal power plant? I might have accidentally clicked on the wrong dump truck. Like your dump truck. That could have had catastrophic consequences if it had gone unnoticed until it created any problems. There should be one more dump truck in here, shouldn't there? Or maybe it was refueling. Yeah, there it is. I think. That is not the coal one. Okay, so we have 4 trucks now carrying quarried stone into storage and 2 trucks heading them over to the gravel processing plant. One of them, which has a breakdown, 63%, should be automatically searching for a repair station. I guess our repair station is quite busy. Why are they not being repaired? Hello, Diversum. Is it because our trucks are refueling? Okay. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Sunday afternoon. It's way too warm here. uncomfortably so. I don't think it's warm, I think it's the air moisture is pretty high. Okay, let's unassign these private cars and see what the repair station does. Okay, you're driving to the repair station. Good. That's good. You're also driving to the repair station, also okay. Not sure why the truck over here is not finding the repair station though. Well, we'll replace it eventually. Or maybe it will work fine once it's in the distribution office. Maybe then the repair station will send a truck out to repair it on site. Now we have enough quarried stone again. Granted, we don't have 5 workers right now, but the amount of workers is higher than previously. And we should have a decent amount of quarried stone available, although the trucks are really slow at entering this area. Yeah, I think we're okay. We have a little bit of a shortage sometimes, but most of the time it's working fine now. And quarried stone is piling up again, as is gravel. I think I'll get another fire engine for this area. It has some important buildings. We might have to increase the amount of workers going here, which is the point of this town area. It's taking a while to build. Once we have electricity in the area, I'll get the refrigerated vehicles. Definitely would like another excavator. But the excavators might be digging the really long wire. That one will be freed up relatively soon, and then it can go to the oil refinery as well. So I don't plan to import any oil this run, which should limit myself to run the oil refinery at a reasonable capacity, hopefully. But we'll see where things go. Still searching for a repair station. already have a distribution office for gravel. Do I really need another one? I could just hook this up and also let it do the quarried stone. At least for now. And then it can also handle the fuel deliveries for the excavators. Just give me a cheap truck. Fuel right now from here. Unload here. And load here. And dump into here. So it might make sense to have another road go around here, otherwise they have to drive a really long distance. Road looked pretty good. Okay, load fuel at the customs house, unload fuel at the quarries, load quarried stone, unload quarried stone. That's your current task, until we relocate some extra vehicles here. Also, maybe now the repair will work. Yeah, now you're on your way to the repair station. Okay, that's good. Oh, I know what the reason probably was. I do not allow personal vehicles shouldn't prevent the repair trucks from entering this area. No, I don't know what the reason was. Okay. Trying to build... Oh, trying to reconstruct the heating plant, but the trucks are in the way. There's a waste truck here. No, you forgot your... Never mind. Oh no, that's just waste storage. Never mind, it's fine. We have 2 coal trucks, yeah. I guess coal delivery that way is maybe not ideal. Might need to add a loading station if that becomes a problem. Because the coal consumption of these is not that high. Maybe I need to only run 1 truck then. Go into storage for now. Here we also only need 1 coal truck. No, this one can run with 2. This one will have decent chunk more workers and people living in the area. That's gonna be okay. We doubled our excavators from 1 to 2. The oil refinery is just blasting ahead with the groundworks. Very nice. Looks like there was a repair vehicle coming here to repair the truck. Still waiting to be repaired completely. But it's getting there. We want the quarried stone storage to be filled as much as possible, but the fuel shall remain at 30%. Only need to start driving when there's less than 3.3 tons of fuel here. Our fuel truck can carry 5 tons, so that'll work out pretty okay. And we can unassign the distribution office for fuel to free up some more slots. 660 workdays for the groundworks of the oil refinery. Money is ticking down, but we have 5.7 million rubles to get the oil refinery up. I think we'll be fine, and I think after that we'll be fine again. Like, completely fine. The oil refinery plus whatever oil field we have set up here. Our gas power plant is filling up. We will set the priority for this tank to be high. So we have a full tank as much as possible when we hook that up to the refinery. And then the rest will get fed into the gas power plant. Because the electricity is not the important thing for us right now. It's actually the fuel. So this will now fill up. We have some oil in here that we can use to make electricity if we want to. But it's not important. We have a lot of vehicles running or consuming fuel. I also will need a new distribution office for fuel distribution for areas. So our existing distribution office picking up from the customs house will pick up the fuel from the gas station and distribute it all around, whereas the distribution office in this area will put the fuel in the gas station. And that's how we're going to run our distribution. Usually I like to put the storage tanks next to towns to give them a larger storage capacity. But these towns aren't that large, and I don't think that matters much, so a gas station will suffice. Let's disable this waste incinerator, because we don't have any waste to burn anymore in that one. And pollution is down by quite a high margin. Also looks like we've built the track to the long train depot. And we also have our rail track into the scrapping facility, so we could run a train now, importing vehicles to scrap. So I think it might be time to spend some of our money on cheap vehicles that we can find. And also cheap trains. Although these might not be that cheap. Okay. Let's buy a train. Let's go for it. Value, a cheap one, please. Oh my god, we got really cheap trains now. 40 kilometers an hour. I think I still want 100 kilometers an hour, please. Wait. Did you all get spawned into the customs house for some reason? That's not good. Why did you all fall out of the customs house? Maybe there's limited capacity in here now? Well, we still need train cars. Okay, you are able to move out. We still need... one train car should be enough, but yeah, one train car is going to be enough at the start. So we need one cargo wagon for an open wagon, and we need one that can carry vehicles on the flatbed. So that'll be enough. And you are gonna load any train and come back. You can't go into the gas station yet, because we haven't built the loop. so we'll wait a little bit longer. This loop needs to be built. And I guess this rail track. This one. And then our train can start running. Not sure why the used vehicles fell out of the customs house. I guess I can send the train there, wait until fully loaded, and then buy all the used vehicles. They get loaded onto the cargo wagon and then let them drive back. I'll do that next time. But yeah, we spent a little bit of extra money. We do have a train in here now. Isn't that a rail construction vehicle? I think it is. You can drive. You can drive to the scrapping facility. I don't need to pull you. Oh, you're an electric train. Never mind. Stay inside, please. Don't come out. Yeah, you're an electric train. You can't drive. I just noticed. No, wait. No, you're diesel. You have a crane in the back that is electric. So I need to tell you to go here. Wait, what did I buy? DKGU. Is that a track builder? DKGU crane. Oh, it's that one probably. Okay, yeah, sure. So that one is made up of 2 different components, and I just told the component to drive to the scrapping facility, but actually I need to tell you to drive to the scrapping facility. Now that this track has all been built, we can put mixed signals here. They should already have been here, I think. Let's try again with the signals in place. Doesn't like it. This one is definitely diesel powered, so it should be able to. Not sure why it's complaining about that. The game just crashed, so it did not like what I did. Weird. Hope we didn't lose too much. Probably all of the signals got lost. Save was 4 minutes ago. I think I already got the train in the customs house, but then I started signaling. I hope I don't have to sell the train to get rid of the crashes. Yeah, we got it in here. Heading to scrapping. Okay, you're all driving out. Good. Okay, then we'll wait with the trains, I guess. So the train comes out, picks a lane. And then, okay, it can't actually get, wait, where's the, there's the train track. Okay, so it has to go here, it has to be on the left lane, and then it has to be on the left lane, but it needs this segment, otherwise it can't travel there. So we also need to finish that one, otherwise we can't send the train over. Problems. Always something. Okay, distribution office is taking care of gravel deliveries. It's balancing itself evenly. We'll build the road, then it will be even shorter. But we'll also get the other distribution office. I think that'll make sense. Is it quarried with 1R or 2R? 2R. Oil refinery is on the last construction phase, taking a lot of steel, as expected. You know what? You can still keep importing, it's fine. If we don't want to burn the waste, we'll just deactivate the incinerator, but we want to always have enough toxic waste here. Because it's fun. And it makes a little bit of money. Okay, this is all just gravel road. I hope this works. I think it will, like last game. Otherwise I will have to start to resort to desperate measures, like getting helicopters that fly nuclear fuel from the west to the east. Why are these helicopters so cheap? There's a sky crane for 50,000. Unless I didn't look right. That should make us some materials. Plus we have so much US currency. Yeah, it was probably 50,000 and the other one was 36,000. Construction has started towards finishing the oil refinery. We have to build the pipeline as well. I don't really need to add another pump, I don't think. I'll just connect it directly. There's not much oil stored up. They should also finish these constructions, really. Because we need oil to refine. Once the maintenance kicks in of all of this, we'll see how painful that is. Thankfully the pipes won't have maintenance, it's just the buildings. Things down here have been set up. I don't want any building to get finished or done yet, just the road infrastructure. Except the fire station, I guess. And the electricity. Not really even the electricity, to be honest, because these ones could catch fire. Let's unassign those. Not that one, that is a switch, that is not a transformer, that one is fine. But that should not get built because a transformer can catch fire. We need to make sure that we have enough firefighters in the area active. Even though it should be covered by our fire station over here. Barely, but not the transformer. Unfortunately. I think we imported almost half the steel that we need, so the money should probably last to get this set up. Might have to take out another loan. Okay, lots of mechanical components. We have 2 trucks that can deliver them. At a very slow rate, because they're very small. 8 to 9 more deliveries, I would say. But it should keep up with construction. It should not be too slow. All the workers should be able to work if they get to the work site. It's expensive. Import steel, very expensive this month. We'll see if it'll be worth it. I think it will. And if not, then I don't know. Oh, that one's interesting. That one makes less pollution. It outputs a little bit more power than a normal single reactor. Needs a little bit more nuclear fuel, but it makes less pollution. Not that the nuclear reactor makes much pollution, but it's interesting. Might build that one. I've built the other ones plenty of times. And by plenty of times I think 3 times. Maybe I should not put those to high priority because we don't have any other trains available right now. Otherwise they're gonna send workers here and they're not gonna do much work with the lack of cranes. I think we're still filling up the original storage, or we're doing so much construction that it's still not enough. No, we're still filling that one up, okay. We have a lot of gravel. Might have to add traffic lights here. And 6, yes, and then 4 and 1. Was probably just a minor issue because of the construction vehicles in the area. Yes, I do still import power. My power plant is... I only have one oil field. It's not making enough oil to do anything. Right now I'm saving up the oil to make it go into the refinery because I think oil converted into fuel is saving me more than oil converted to electricity. We need to increase the amount of oil we're getting first, and then the amount of workers we get in the area. And right now I want to have most of them go and work in the oil refinery. Which is, I guess, counter to what I set up here, where I set up the power plant first. But that's what I did when I thought we were fine. I still think we're fine. If I wasn't building this, I think we would be okay. But now that I've taken out so many loans, it's looking a little bit dicey. And the new town will take care of all of this with the existing bus stop. Just have to get some more people here to build this thing. We are making the mechanical components ourselves. And I hope we're not importing them anymore. We are not. That's why the deliveries are a little bit slow. We're waiting for our own mechanical components to be produced. And instead of exporting them, we're using them for construction also. Still have a lot to set up. That's gonna use more steel and everything. Oh well. Another loan incoming. We have 3 more loans that we can take in rubles, and the third loan, if we ever have to take it, will be spent getting helicopters and flying nuclear fuel from the western border to the eastern border at a rapid pace. Let's limit the amount of workers in the scrapyard again, which will free up more workers in Bralov. And that's our pickup location for our construction offices. Except for the reconstruction office, which wasn't moved over yet. And the reconstruction office can also help with the refinery, please. I guess you are also not moved over. I thought I moved all of you over. Maybe I changed that when... No, you are moved over. Maybe I changed that to split you up a little bit and not overdo Bralov, but they have the most workers. Hello, Hawk. Welcome back. Privyet. I think. We're out of money. Lots of workers. Okay. That's good construction speed. Hopefully we can keep up with the mechanical component deliveries. You're buying from the customs house. You are not supposed to do that. I guess in this case it was okay because we weren't keeping up with production, but don't do that anymore. Because homemade mechanical components might be made out of scrap materials and then it doesn't cost us anything, whereas imported mechanical components can be quite expensive. But yeah, we don't have mechanical components available, so maybe importing them is actually the right move. Make sure this construction gets done. We still have a lot of work days left, so maybe we can produce 17 tons of mechanical components on time. The rail track over here got built. I think now the train can move into the scrapping facility. Is my guess. And there it goes. We also built all train tracks over here, so we have access to fuel. That means we can finally send our train out to pick up any rail car from the customs house. And after that it'll have, oh, I'm amazed that 2 trains can be on the track at the same time. This is working without any signals. Interesting. Did not know that the game is supporting that. Do I get one more? I have one in there, right? I have none in there. Cargo wagons. Capacity. Get two. Do vehicles stored in a rail depot have wear and tear? I don't know. I have that train since a very short time. I think it increases the age, but maybe not the wear and tear. Okay. Customs house. Wait until loaded. Into scrapping facility. Wait until unloaded. Trains, not trains. Wagons. Used vehicles. Any used vehicle. Full delivery, pickup, wait until loaded. Go over there, wait until unloaded, and then come back. So it'll stay at the customs house now until we have bought enough vehicles to fill the train up. Shouldn't be that much. Can't load the harvester. Wow, the harvester is big. Okay, harvester will have to drive by itself. Go here. Damaged harvester. Let's see. 15 years is pretty good, very cheap. 15 years. 14 years is... no. 16. The trains are still too expensive, I think. The trains need to be older. Okay, deliver those, go to the next stop. Do you have mod for faster vehicles? Mine don't seem to be that fast. Hello Araki. I don't have any mods in this. The vehicles don't... the vehicle speed is based on track surface. So mud roads 35, gravel 60, asphalt roads 100. And I'm also running the speed at faster speed, the game I mean. This is the normal vehicle speed. But I run the game at accelerated speed. One more delivery of mechanical components and we're done with delivering resources. And then we just need to finish construction. Also, another thing, if you have an intersection, vehicles will drive full speed through that if they don't need to turn. All of these will need to turn. But if you don't have like right-of-way signs, if this is a right-of-way intersection, they will slow down. I can demonstrate that here. So that truck traveling 60, okay, that's a slow vehicle. 80 kilometers, that one had to turn, never mind. That one's accelerating, now it's braking. So it did brake here, so that shows to me that this one does not have the right-of-way set yet. Usually I use the Crossroads priority tool to check that. They will slow down on crossroads that don't have priority signs. Because they think, oh, there might be a vehicle coming here or something. Yep, you can if you don't make sharp corners, but I usually only try that for the main road. The intersections I don't mind that much. Okay, now we're waiting for the mechanical components. They are on their way. Plus a bunch of buses, so this should get done. decrease the priority of the pipe. And it's still on groundworks phase, but we need it for getting the oil in here. And hopefully the road cranes will all become available now. And we might actually finish some of the pump checks. Yeah, lots of micromanagement. I have tried it for a few intersections to give them a not so sharp turn, but mostly for aesthetics, not for... Like, if they have to slow down a little bit, it looks painful to watch, but it doesn't affect anything that much in the grand scheme of things, I don't think. Where's our train? Is it heading back now? It might be heading back now, because it had to wait. Yep, there it is. %, where? And we need to be careful with what vehicles we buy for it, because harvesters, for example, can't fit onto the train. Let's repay $1 million in loans. Like, let's repay that loan. And start working on reducing our money owed. I will also set the power plant to now produce electricity for our network, reducing import. And I will do that by setting the input from here to medium priority, and the foreign connection, which is the large wire down here, to low priority. And now the power plant is actually being used whenever workers walk in there, reducing our imports, I guess. The waste burning plant still has the highest priority though, but otherwise the gas power plant kicks in. It really adds up. Well, usually my infrastructure moves away from trucks mostly and towards trains, and trains have many other different problems than trucks. Traffic jams, intersections, too many intersections. But you know that. I've been working on not building too many intersections on my rail network. Okay. Get the loading stations set up, get the storages set up. We need to set up the storage tanks, what they hold. And then the first loading station is going to be fuel supply, and the second one is going to be bitumen supply. And that means that this connection into this tank is fuel storage and bitumen. And then we have to set the storages as appropriate once we have oil being refined. They're digging the groundworks. 2 large deliveries of steel. Some mechanical components which have hopefully been produced, and then we can start refining. And once we have it hooked up to this area, I don't think these tanks will need electricity to just route it through. They will just be passive storage, no vehicle will go to them. The loading station and the pumps themselves have electricity, so this should then work. We're using what little oil we have in the gas power plant for now, which is okay. Last time I said I wanted the power plant to always run and feed the access to the refinery. I think priorities have changed, and I think the refinery will get the oil first before it goes to the power plant. Until we have met demand, because I think the oil refinery will outproduce our demand quickly, if we can supply it with enough oil. I'm not sure if this is going to supply enough oil. Probably not, but it will be a start, and then we'll set up another oil field and pump the oil into one of these pumps that I set up to merge another pipeline into. So now we just need to wait for this pipe to get built. 3 deliveries, worker, and crane. I guess 4 deliveries. Okay, the trucks are too small. 4 deliveries of steel. 3 deliveries of steel, so 4 deliveries in total. We're going with cheap vehicles. I don't know if it's true. I haven't looked at it yet, but my assumption is maybe cheap vehicles have cheaper maintenance as well. Maintenance seemed to be quite expensive on some of them. And once we have the mechanical components delivered, the road crane and the workers should get on their way. Let's trigger another maintenance phase for these ones. And the last one will trigger by itself in 5%. And then all of the buildings up here are somewhat staggered and don't trigger automatically at the same time. Rebel supply is looking good. Quarried stone is full, distribution office doesn't have to do that much anymore. And we're getting a decent amount of workers by car working here. So that's working fine. Resources are present, now we just need to wait until the game realizes that we can send workers and a crane to that area. But in the meantime they have started building a second pump jack. Third pump jack is being built right now. I didn't know that they supported 2 cranes. Well, that is all of our cranes on construction sites. 13 workers should finish that construction. 8 workers should not finish that one, but at least we'll free up two road cranes again. RBMK reactors, does that unlock all of the reactors? No, it's just a test reactor. Single nuclear reactor, twin reactor. So it's just the first reactor in theory. And now we need to actually research the power plant itself. And then later on we can decide to build it. What's my strat with apartments? To have a big one hub and transport them with buses? I'm still trying things out. Usually I try to build my apartments in range of where they need to go. So these apartment blocks are all next to the tourist area, so they just walk to work. Over here they just man all the facilities that they can, and anyone who doesn't need to go anywhere else will go to this bus stop where they're picked up from. And anyone who's not picked up goes into any of these industries. And the new idea is having a village with a core for some basic amenities and a higher number of people that want to do something. And I pick those up for construction offices or important bus routes like heating plants. And I have a new... Oh, we can have more than one pipeline. Okay. Then we shall probably get more foreign pipelines, maybe. Depending on how slow it exports. I don't think it's going to be a problem for us. And my new plan is a new design for a residential zone with a tight core, some residential apartments around it. And this one will be a square for kindergarten, school, police, hospital, or small clinic. Maybe a park area around it, and then maybe another residential block. And have the people go to the bus stop and then be picked up to work in the refinery. Or the rail construction office. Yeah, I hope it does. We'll have to see how it develops. I wanted... The road around it was a necessity because I need waste management, so I built that one last. And added some garbage stands here, which will hopefully pick up all of the garbage for this area. And then there will be a little bit of space with some trees, then another road, and then another block, I think. Or maybe just trees and the block right next to it, so half of the greenery. Or I'll move this road out a little bit and have the trees next to the buildings. I don't know yet. The road on the outside is not final. Okay, and we have a few more pumps. Oil is filling up a little bit faster. This one is not starting construction yet. They're doing the pump checks, it looks like. Decent amount of workers. They will finish that, no problem. And then they're moving to the other pump as well. Excellent. And then hopefully after that one they can send some workers to the pipe and then the refinery will start working. In the meantime we can have the power plant run. But yeah, this area will need more workers than it used to. It was like intermediate working, so the waste burning facility was running occasionally to get rid of all our waste and turn it into electricity. But now we need a constant supply of workers to run the refinery and power plant, I think. But maybe not really. Maybe an intermittent supply of workers is still fine, because we don't need the power all the time. We can still import. And we don't need fuel to be constantly created. We just need a chunk of workers dropped in, make as much oil as you can into fuel and bitumen, and then we'll wait for the next bus. I did uncheck the warning about when the production stops. But yeah, when it produces, it reduces our import. So the curve for electricity import this year should look a little bit spiky compared to maybe last year. This one was constant import, more or less. This time we already reduced our import need whenever the power plant run. And if we supply more workers here and make it constant, then that need will go down even further. But right now I want to refine oil into fuel and bitumen first, as a priority. We're getting workers here. One road crane is already available. 21 workers with one road crane should finish the pipeline. And after that the refinery will start working. Still haven't set up our storage facilities, unfortunately. But hopefully we'll get them done in time. And then our distribution office for handling fuel and bitumen will be assigned to the new sources. And then we should have probably no more fuel imports. We might still have to run it for a while, but hopefully not too long. Should I build a building that is outside of electricity? No. It's fine. Pipeline has been connected. We're now getting oil. And we're refining it. Very slowly, but it's a start. And we are refining it slower than we're inputting in oil, so we can have more workers, which is going to be good. I might set up a bus taking workers from Brelov. I was wondering if I should set up a parking lot next to the refinery and just have some people drive here by car and be happy to work in it. I wonder if it would make sense to try and push the loyalty of your very highly educated workers up by just giving them cars that they can't drive anywhere. Just having swaths of parking lots for people owning cars that they then don't use. Okay, refining, still making more oil than we're refining. Still pretty slow. But we're in the single digit worker count, so we need to make, last year, 1,450 tons of fuel. Which is 5 tons, 50 tons of fuel a day? No, not 50, it's 5. Is it 5 tons of fuel a day? Dedicated propaganda city. Yeah. Only sending the highly educated workers to the radio station that do own a car but still drive a bus to work. Probably possible. Yep. Well, right now we're also moving in the most loyal here. 65%, with 70 being the cap. Unless they have, of course, a car. Most of our people are 69 or 70. I think that's okay. If these pumps get constructed before the tanks and I notice it, then I will have to turn them off until I can set the tanks to only accept the correct resource. Okay. Money's still looking pretty grim, but we did repay part of our last loan. Still not that great, but at least we got the refinery set up. You're down to 12%. I wonder if I can try repair you. It's only mechanical components. Let's try, see what you do. Will you wait for repair? Nope. Okay, so the repair station does not work. Not sure where they're gonna send the workers first. All I know is that we need to take out another loan. We are stockpiling up fuel a little bit, tiny bit. I will get another bus. Let me take out one more loan. Interest rate is creeping up. I think we're gonna go for... I do like very fast buses, but I think we're gonna go for the KB732. I'm gonna make it move from Brelov, taking educated workers. I want to move it directly to the oil refinery, I think. To the oil refinery. Go. Any worker we find just goes to the oil refinery. Not the power plant. Not the waste burning, which could be overstaffed. Directly to the oil refinery. Then we'll set up the remaining infrastructure here. Hopefully have stored up enough fuel to switch over and reduce our monthly costs by 150,000. And 150,000 just for fuel. I don't even know. Not 150,000. Wait. It was 150,000 per month or per year? It was not per month, per year. No, it was per month. Oh my god, the fuel cost is so much. 180,000 now, plus another 40,000, so 220,000 per month in oil-based products that we need to reduce. We'll probably have way too many workers being moved into the oil refinery and not enough oil, but that's okay. The next oil field is waiting. Just need to get it set up and started. Get the base infrastructure set up first. Start reducing our import needs a little bit. How much oil are we producing anyway? Guess we might have to check how much we produce during October. Then we know our production per month. Everything is running in the first oil field. These pumps can catch fire if I remember correctly, but the fire station should be in range. Okay, advertisement campaign done. More tourists, hopefully. Other than that, we are gonna go for the second border connection. That sounds pretty good. I said I wouldn't import oil. Let's leave it at that. Okay. Let's increase the priority of the pumps so I can turn off the pumps before the tanks get constructed. Warehouse being built. There's a crane in here. Six work days left. Cancel. Get the crane out of here. Go somewhere else. It's nice that these new switches have blue lights above them. I think that's when... I don't know if that's when they are in range of electricity or if that's when they have electricity flowing through them. Or if they always have blue lights, that might also be the case. I don't know. Haven't built one yet that didn't have electricity, I guess. Okay. Finishing up the first pump for the fuel storage. Second one starting as well. Can't turn it off until we have the output connection, it looks like. Heating transfer is on fire. Okay, that wear and tear is gonna be triggered right now, because limit is at 50. And it just did. So we also need the pipes after the fact. And then we can hopefully turn it off. Maybe it does need the... Maybe it needs the tank. Let's put that to low priority and finish these last. Increase the tanks. I thought you could switch them off even if it wasn't connected to anything, but apparently not. Oh, you can, okay. Never mind then. Just have to click the arrow. Medium priority is fine. Why are you without electricity? Oh, I'm slightly bad. I just looked at the electric connection. The electric connection is from the power plant, so that one is not always running. But it's not going to be a problem. It's going to be fine. We will have to put in a substation just to get rid of the messages. Importing electronics with dollar would also pay back your loans. Yes. Yes, it would. I would need to set up infrastructure for it. And by infrastructure I mean like one helipad with a factory connection. Funny. It works. It works. And then we'll have to probably set up, if we do have a running helicopter constantly, then we have to set up a landing pad also next to the repair station, so it can find a place to land and repair itself. Oh no, it will use the landing pads here. No, we're not running that repair station anymore. So we'll need to see if we can fit a helipad next to our repair station. Okay. That hopefully will allow helicopters to repair, because the helicopter importing electronics and electronic components will be running for a while. And we'll also have to set the storage to accept electronics. 33% each. Yeah. And the citizen goods will then be switched over to pick up electronics from this warehouse only. Fuel storage, only fuel. Oh, these vehicles are stuck because the road hasn't been built yet. It's a one-way building. Can't select the road underneath. There's a high voltage switch. I don't want to tell you to reset, but no. I thought I could just demolish it and replace it by a dirt road. That's old game stuff. Well, we might still be able to do that, I guess. The demolition officers can probably get here and do that quicker than waiting for the road construction. Increase the priority of this, please. 13 workers. Oh, look at that. Look at that fuel. That's like a tenth of what we need for the year already prepared. Yeah, looks pretty good. Can the demolition officers be assigned here? No. Oh, wait. To go to assignment mode. Nope, it's not a construction office. Demolition office. It is assigned, so it should be doing things. I wish I could click the road and cancel that. I can't click that section of the road at all. Because of the wire. Maybe I can increase the priority here. Oh no. What are you? Oh, you sent workers to demolish the road. Okay, that's fine. You look like you could use a repair. Oh, you're almost towards that. Unfortunate. But I can't click that. Otherwise I would have cancelled the demolition, but I'm going to replace it by a dirt road and free up all the vehicles that are stuck. And then upgrade the road back to asphalt after. You're lacking asphalt. I mean, the road will automatically switch to a dirt road once all the garbage has been removed. Because it's still connected to a building, so it doesn't remove the road automatically. There we go. So much fuel, so much bitumen. I guess we will have to hook up the export because otherwise we're gonna run full on bitumen eventually. You are storing bitumen. And now the pipes can hook up and the pumps can run without problem. Looks like here the wire has also been built. We'll wait until everything is set up. The road doesn't need to finish construction right away. We can get everything set up first. So the oil field is not too slow. And sending one bus full of workers. Oh, there's so many workers. We cannot keep up with the oil supply if we run that many workers to it, but it's better to have too many than too few. That's gonna go through, I think, all of the fuel. All of the oil. 125... No, it's not. But it's using it up a little bit. Oh yeah, October is last month. We have produced 370 tons of oil. So 1.5 amount of what we can, like 1.5 amount of the maximum consumption. So that means we can produce about 200 tons of fuel per month. Hello, Eric. Do I need 2,000 citizens to run this? No. If you want to run it at full capacity, yes. But it doesn't need to run at full capacity if it still provides a benefit. All I need to do is make the factory produce enough fuel so it deals with however much fuel I'm using per year. If I produce more, then I export it, but I just want to get rid of the fuel imports in this case. I don't want this to run at full capacity and then export. It's also making hazardous waste. All of these are with the garbage icon, so they will be picked up by technical service, which hopefully is in range. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. But that's how I usually play. I always play at the cusp of the least amount of people possible and make things run. Seems to work fine usually. If you set some priorities, it's okay. There's a few ways where you can set priorities, like people will only go to a bus stop if all of the other workplaces are filled. So I reduce the amount of people working in these facilities based on how much capacity is needed, mostly. Right now that has changed up here because there are more facilities available now. And then in the bus stop itself I define where they should go. Yeah, I saw that. I did build this shopping center area down here. Can run like this at 10. This back down at 3. And this at 5. I know I could decrease it so much that some of them wait outside and then go back in, but I want to give them as much free time as possible, that they can go to other facilities. But yeah, I could free up a few workers. It's not gonna matter that much because our research facility is gonna suck up a lot of the other workers. And then all the other workers that are unemployed are gonna go to the bus stop, and from the bus stop, after waiting an hour, they are gonna pick any of these workplaces based on percentage. So there's not going to be any unemployment here because we have so much capacity in the food factory or in the clothing factory. So there's always something to do. It's just a hierarchy of priorities. If you can't find work locally, go to the bus stop. If no one picks you up at the bus stop, go to a factory. And if the factories are full, then we're good. I still need to build that substation here to get rid of these warning messages. Yeah, we have enough fuel, we need to pick it up. We will set our distribution office that handles fuel distribution to only pick up fuel from the refinery for now. And bitumen. And oil. We don't need to pick up oil anymore. That one was a temporary one for the refinery. So the customs house is obsolete. I wish I could move that to the top so it's easier to see. So now we should have no more fuel imports. Except for... I did buy one more distribution office vehicle that imports fuel. You're importing fuel from the customs house, that's not going to be the case anymore. You're getting fuel from this gas station. Yeah, we have plenty of fuel. We need to get rid of the bitumen, we need to start exporting that, so we don't run full. Then we can continuously produce more fuel, and if we run full on fuel, we can also start exporting that. So I guess we need to start building towards the border for exports. And see how much we can export. How do I make sure that they don't stop working at essential places like hospitals or electric plants? Hospitals are in range and walking distance, so they would go to the hospital before they go to the bus stop. So the essential buildings are always within walking distance, and the bus stop is the last destination that they will go to if they don't have any work locally. An electric power plant is something that is, let's say the heating plant is an important structure. So for the heating plant, I'm bringing workers here by bus. I had a few issues with like balancing that. But in my case, I'm basically picking up workers from the bus stop, which I know always has excess workers because they don't find enough workplaces to go to. And if I do have problems with not enough workers coming here, then I can just pick up one building and say, you always go to the bus stop, whereas this building is already set to. So this building is set to go to the small store and the grocery store at equal amounts. But if both of them are filled, go to the bus stop. And so the workers in this building are way too many workers. And they will go to the bus stop, and then I make sure that always some workers are available. But at the start, the heating plant was located over here, so it was in walking distance of some of the residential buildings, / it was in walking distance of the bus stop, and it was already also added to the bus stop as the highest priority before any of the factories. But we moved that away because it was making too much pollution during winter. So usually I look at how many people do I need to work in a facility, and then I build a residential building of similar capacity next to it. And at some point I have like excess workers and send them to a bus stop. So my hierarchy of priorities is build everything in walking distance, have a bus stop. They will work everything locally, then go to the bus stop, and from the bus stop you can manage priorities. The other neat thing that you can use with a bus stop is you can tell a bus stop to go to another bus stop. So you can chain them, if it is in walking distance, of course. I don't have a bus stop in walking distance. I would need to add a footpath here to make that. Well, I need to upgrade this road to be asphalt so it could reach that. But basically you can tell any worker that doesn't find a place to work to go to the next bus stop. That does, however, mean that they spend a lot of time waiting at bus stops and not doing anything, which is not ideal. But it also means that you can at the start have a heating plant that is very far away and you just chain a few bus stops together. But then you have a lot of people waiting at bus stops and then slowly walking to the next one, etc. But it is a way to handle things. Then you always have people sitting at the bus stop and doing things. You know it's gonna do things. Yeah. I know that the pump only works when... Wait, that one should always work. I guess maybe the priority switch doesn't work as quickly as the game needs it to, and that's why we sometimes get notifications. Because those pumps should always work, even if the power plant isn't working. Come on, build those connections. We are almost full on resources in the refinery. At the end, when I have like almost everything, I have like 20,000 people usually, and I have most of the resources being produced, if not all of them, and being very close to self-sufficiency. I haven't pushed myself yet much higher than that population count. But I want to. Right now I'm experimenting with like villages that just produce population for you. And the people are reasonably happy. We don't have any 21-year-olds without their own flat anymore. That might mean that some of these people were unhappy enough that they moved out. There's one free flat here, but otherwise all of the buildings are filled. There are some flats. Why are the people moving out here? So, I don't know why the happiness in this area is sinking, but we're losing people, basically. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. The happiness in this area has been constantly decreasing. Maybe it's the fire damage in that building? I don't know. We're losing population quickly, holy crap. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know why the lifespan is 46. Maybe that thing actually needs reconstruction. Why is the lifespan so low? I have no idea. Why is the pollution so high? What the hell is going on? Why is garbage not being picked up? Hazardous waste cannot be stored. We're running full on waste, it's generating pollution. Oh, I know. We're not burning the hazardous waste anymore. I should have never disabled that. Move hazardous waste to the customs house for now, even though it's going to be really expensive, please. Thank you. So, I wasn't picking up the hazardous waste from the hospital, and the container has been overflowing, and that has been generating a little bit of pollution. Now I also understand why some of these buildings might have been unhappy, because I think I might need to run 2 containers for hazardous waste here. A little bit, yeah, just a little. It's fine. We can recover. It's just a little bit of pollution. Just oh my god, the tourist area, no! And that's why we learn with the new garbage update. Don't turn off your only means of handling toxic pollution. It can go bad. Okay, stop importing. All imports cease. We need to clean up this mess. We need to recover our population. We had a slight dip in population. Thankfully we caught it really quickly, so only 1,000 people died. No, it wasn't that much hazardous waste, it was just a continuous production of hazardous waste that spilled out. It's really dangerous not handling hazardous waste. I think even a very small amount is responsible for that. Now that our recycling plant is able to deal with it again, I think we can set it back to deliver to our incinerator. Toxic waste dump. Biological aluminum, yeah sure. Yeah, only 1,000, it's fine. We have $5 million we can recover. As I said, my infrastructure is set up where it can handle such a minor blip in population count. It should be fine. The only thing I'm worried about is the workers going to the heating plant right now, because that is relying on population. But since we're picking up people from Brelov, I think we'll have enough workers available, especially if we're not doing much construction. And if I need to, I can also specify this one as the first priority, and then they will spread out to other facilities. But right now we have enough people, I think. It's looking a little bit shallow. But I'm waiting for a bus from Brelov to actually arrive here, because that one's going to be packed. Those are from Dubasar, yeah. That one's from Brelov. That one's has many more people in it. Probably. I always run into the issue that my infrastructure is like scrapped together. Like, how much water do you think I'm using per month? How much water and sewage do you think I'm using / creating? Maybe not this month, because it has been reduced a little bit. I'm running like a very tight ship here. I hope I fixed the pollution issue. Should be getting better again. Yes, it's cleaning up a little bit. It's not as dark anymore, it still needs to be better. We're bringing new tourists in, so at least there's something. So the amount of water we are using per month last month was 66 cubic meters only. If I check the domestic consumption, 30 cubic meters for industry, and it doesn't, oh here, citizens. 80 cubic meters for citizens. We're running our water infrastructure based on trucks, pretty much. If I were running, if I was running water with pipes, the amount would be times 10. So it's currently running truck-based. The water consumption on each of the water substations is relatively low. And we do it just based on truck deliveries. If it was hooked up to a pipe, it would need about 7 cubic meters a day. And that would be quite high. Okay, pollution is clearing up. It's fine. We found it. Now, do I have a problem with pollution over here? Because these people were always unhappy. I might have to build another pollution monitoring station and check that in this area. Now I'm curious. I was always going like, okay, you're always unhappy. You're just complaining because you live next to the school and it's noisy. But maybe they actually have a reason to complain. Their garbage is empty. They have a garbage pickup. They have 3 garbage pickups nearby. No hazardous waste. Lots of mixed waste. No hazardous waste. You have garbage drop off here. I don't think there's a hospital in this area, so there shouldn't be any toxic waste being generated. It's the only hospital we have, and then we have some small clinics. Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Bastards. Yeah, it's making pollution. You're right. So these people have been complaining about unhappiness for quite a while. I think maybe it was just the fact that I only had 1 container for toxic waste, and the hospital makes so much toxic waste that sometimes the container would run full, and before the garbage truck came, another drop of toxic waste wanted to go somewhere and it overflowed. Rebuild mechanics normally go workforce needs times 3 or 4 with the new update. I don't know if I agree with that, because I think the maintenance of machinery is probably based on how fast you're running the facility. So I think if you're running a facility really hard, you have to do more maintenance in general. It's definitely not a good idea to have facilities standing around empty. You will test that? Yep, for sure. I don't think it's a good idea to have those standing empty, because then you just have wear and tear and nothing happens. But I think the oil refinery running at like 10% capacity is good for us. A building needs 3 times the amount of workers because they work 8-hour shifts. So an oil refinery needs 1,500 workers to run at full capacity per day. So each industry building needs 3 times the amount of residential building capacity if you want to run it at full capacity. Alright, let's drop electricity in this area. Don't need the largest wire, but it's fine. I will not hook it up directly to the power plant because that doesn't solve anything. That should solve it. Yeah, of course, that's just the industry. I mean, you always, even the, I count the buildings over here. Okay, maybe not industry. The term I meant like workspaces. Even this building at maximum needs 45 workers to run all the time fully. This number does not go down just because it's not an industry. No, the pathfinding was fine. It's just I was running the wire through another wire, and that is let's just say I glitched this a little bit. So we're building another wire to another wire. 4x. Yeah, sure. Then you have excess workers, and you have the usual 5% unemployment where you usually don't have issues. Okay, did we have any fuel import last month? No fuel import. It's looking good. This year? Well, last year. Okay, fuel is out. Bitumen. No more bitumen. And these pumps need to set their priorities, otherwise they're going to pump towards export. This is high. This is low. Okay. Yeah, I did a test where I started on a map with like pre-built towns, and I built fields around the town, and everyone left because you put them to work without providing any services, so they all left before the fields got planted. Small fields worked, but I placed large fields, and they didn't want that. Okay, we're still building things. We're still importing. Also, pollution didn't help. Pollution was a small contributing factor, but it's better again. We have reduced capacity for tourists right now for undisclosed reasons. I could spend some of the US currency to help fill up the gaps in our workforce again. But I think we'll be fine. We'll get that population back. As long as the heating plant is working, we're fine. I click the heating plant, there's 6 workers and the number is going down. But we're getting more workers. Oh yeah, lots of loans. I am working on repaying them. I noticed that the fuel expenses were too much, so I took out a loan and then more loans because I was running. I could have repaid everything if I was just patient, but I think it makes for a bad stream. So I was building more and more, and I never went with like repaying anything. And finally, the fuel economy has caught up to me, because if you check the price for fuel, or let's say, yeah, the price for fuel, it's a little bit high. Sitting on millions of dollars for like 10 years. Yeah, I know. But I wanted to pollute everyone and make the stream interesting again. I didn't know that would happen. I just thought, okay, I don't want to run our... Why did I even disable that? I didn't want to... Oh, I didn't want to have workers in that facility. That's why I disabled it. Bad idea. Well, at least our toxic dump is back up and running. Now all the pollution is here again. Nice chunk of pollution of toxic waste. How's the other waste looking? That one is fine. That one is fine. Yeah, our waste pickup is working again. I might have to give them more containers, because maybe just one container is not good enough. It could create an overflow. 42% happiness. Also, don't send workers to here, please. Only 5. Heating problem. Yeah, the terminal is the furthest away building. I think didn't I already stop that? I thought I already stopped that. Hazardous waste goes to the toxic dump. It's not exported anymore. So it's already set back. No problem. I just sneak those things in when no one's looking. So these facilities aren't strictly necessary because we can just... Well, okay, now they are necessary because I moved all of the fuel out of here, and I probably created another issue where things are gonna slowly run out of fuel. Let me disable those pumps so we store the resources in here, and the trucks can actually pick up fuel. So hopefully we get one more bus full of workers or some workers walking into here, and we can get some fuel for our vehicles. I just said, okay, pick up fuel at the facility, and then I moved all of the fuel out of the facility into storage. And they can't pick it up from this storage because it doesn't have electricity yet. I'm wondering if you could run an industry without picking up any of the garbage, because it would just turn into pollution and go away. It's a little bit of lost money, but it would probably work. Okay, that's not a lot of people to the refinery. Arrived at an inopportune moment, I guess. Well, we're making some fuel. So hopefully the fuel trucks can find something. Their status right now seems to be no action necessary. I don't believe that, but maybe it is. Okay, bus, go back and bring one large group of workers here. That would be really nice. 500,000 rubles pass. Yeah. We still have about 4 million rubles that we can take out as a loan. It's fine. We just need to set up our export. No, we don't need to set up our export. We need to get our population back to run more tourists. That's what we need to do. Okay, let's get some migrants. Let's get our population back up and running. They will have to go through education first, but that should be fine. No one over here was affected. It's only this area that got depopulated significantly. So we'll move those through education and get them up to speed, and they will listen to the radio and increase their loyalty as well. Look, 5% unemployment, just how it should be. Don't pay attention to the amount of low education workers. We also have another plan. We're building a helipad right now, to import electronics and electronic components from the West. Because I was running Western tourists for a long time, and I don't know what to do with the money. So now we're gonna spend it on imported electronics, I guess. That means I also need a helicopter, and I guess it could be a sky crane. Let's increase those priorities. We're panicking. Priorities for everything. We have helipads over here. We'll get a sky crane in that color. You'll go to the western border. Loading. What are you loading? Just electronics, I guess, for now. And then you're gonna come back and land here. I don't like that. Then I guess we'll wait until we have the building set up. Okay. Now the problems have started. So our fuel trucks. Why is our distribution office? Relov gas station, heating plant gas station. Okay, they are trying to fix things, but things are gonna fall apart a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm gonna get another oil tanker. A cheap one. You will pick up some oil. And you will deliver it to the gas station in our area here, which was where? I had one over here. And after that, we will send you to the distribution office to assist with some quicker fuel deliveries. Just to get rid of that traffic jam. Get it moving again. Okay, someone else already delivered fuel. And I guess you're going for fuel as well, so... you're going for fuel before you actually deliver the fuel. Excellent. Now everyone's gonna drive to that gas station. But at least things are moving again. Right. And after you're done, you're going to change your depot to the distribution office. And maybe get another vehicle also. Probably not. Just needs to fix itself now. So we were not distributing fuel for a while. And that needs to sort itself again. Here's the vehicle. There it is. I like the new highlights so much. It's so easily visible with the outline where a vehicle is, or a building, or anything. Alright, that fixes that. Okay, we have fuel and bitumen available. Our tanker cars are fine. He says, as a huge traffic jam emerges. Well, it was the first gas station to get fuel, so it's bound to happen. Let's get rid of the traffic lights again. And let's vehicles from the gas station get out of here before industrial vehicles can move. Okay. And we have an epidemic. Does not spread easily, could cause severe complications. Oh, it doesn't last a long time, it should disappear soon, that's amazing. We did have a vaccination running, so it shouldn't affect us very much, I hope. We'll have to start another vaccination program soon. There were a few other things that I set to high priority, but I forgot them. We'll find them out shortly, I guess, when they hit. Pollution is completely gone, okay. It's just cold. Yeah. That's why the nurse was wearing a gas mask. Do I know if the game can handle large population cities? I've seen people streaming that I had 100,000 people, but I don't know if they were using mods or not. With the old version I had performance problems when I got to 25-30,000, was it? And it started to get slow. But I loaded those in I loaded my city in the new version and it ran much better. So this version has received some performance optimizations. And I still want to get like close to 50,000 at some point and spread across the whole map with like some villages and some towns and then maybe a mega city in the middle. A larger city. I don't know. Probably not ultra large towns, but my city that had like 20,000 people was pretty large, I think. Yeah, we definitely have enough fuel. That means also we can probably run exports. Still waiting for the benefit to kick in. For that we have to improve our tourism again. Run our people through education, get them up to speed, and then let them work in hotels. We're still bringing in new tourists, but because of the epidemic, that's also going to be reduced, so we have some time in that regard. Oh, I know what I sped up. The construction of that one. So we don't have any asphalt. We do have bitumen. We do have asphalt. The reason is probably that all of our dump trucks are busy. Why could I assign you? Oh, I assigned you for pickup. That's not what I meant to do. That is my mistake. Did I change? Wait, I added... Why did I pick the distribution office? That one. Asphalt and gravel. Yes. Okay. Still haven't gotten the asphalt. What I wanted to check is this, and it is assigned. But no one's bringing asphalt here. And I'm not sure why, because all of these dump trucks should be able to carry asphalt. Oh. Yeah, they should be able to carry asphalt. Why aren't they? Asphalt plant. It has bitumen, it has gravel. Scratch that, it might not have gravel. Machine replacement in progress in our gravel processing plant. High priority. We're not building that because we don't have replacement vehicles. Also, you go get some repairs, man. You're only bringing workers to the waste burning area. That doesn't cause any problems if it doesn't have enough workers, / the machines aren't running, it's fine. Why are you not waiting until unloaded? What is going on? Maybe you're moving to keep the area free so people can actually move into the facility. I think that's probably the reason they might have added that as a functionality. Otherwise, the construction crews wouldn't be able to get in here, deliver the electronic components, and make that happen. I will have to import some electronic components, I think. The recycling is not sufficient. But I shouldn't overdo it because I want to actually, yeah, no gravel, you're right. I actually want to get the electronic components also from the border. Reconstruction in progress of that one as well. Well, that one has all the resources. Hopefully one of our import-export trucks can deal with the missing resources. And there we go. You can... Oh, you delivered resources from component warehouse to repair materials warehouse. Wait, what? Stole all of the components that just got imported. Because, oh, we're not running repairs because of reasons. No workers. That's not true. We have 7 workers in here. It's just not enough for all of them. So I guess we were also not running vehicle repairs because we were lacking electronic components. The helicopter will prove to be a good benefit for us, I think, if we can fill this up with components. So hopefully we'll get a vehicle heading here soon that is bringing some of the missing materials. And then we can build it. 3.4 tons, we still need one more truck. Having breakdowns, 17 years. I usually keep those imports enabled, but I wanted to force our electronic components being used from the recycling, and then I stopped importing vehicles for recycling, and that's what happens. Almost out of money again. Maybe I should just run an export of fuel. Any idea why the game calculates vehicle RPM? Maybe based on fuel consumption. It has vehicle RPM and the gear. So I think RPM rate might be what's causing the fuel consumption if it's running at really high RPM. So you might be able to reduce fuel consumption if you're reducing the RPM and setting it to where it runs in a really high gear but at a really low RPM is my guess. Okay, the loans are getting out of hand. As I said, if I have to take out another loan, we're going to go into emergency mode where we're going to take US currency and turn that into rubles. But right now that's not the case yet. Stop bringing workers here. There's no asphalt. Reconstruction has started very slowly. All the electronics are now on site. And they have to do maintenance for 120 workdays without any cranes. So that's gonna take a while. I believe the wear and tear of machineries was quite high. Yeah, it's unfortunate that the efficiency is going down to 0 and it's not producing anything in that time. Oh well, we'll get it repaired. In the meantime, we're importing electronics. Could also import gravel to get the airfield done, the helipad. So let's do that a little bit. Wait, there's already gravel here. Alright, we don't have gravel for the asphalt plant, that's in a different area. That's over here. Dump trucks. We need to provide gravel into that facility, which it is currently not being moved into because it usually makes the gravel. We'll just wait until the construction office vehicles repair the machinery. Money is going down quite quickly because of probably electronic imports right now, so yes, we will seize that again. I think we've imported enough of that. But we need a continuous source of electronics for vehicle repairs. Or we set our vehicle repairs earlier again, so we only need mechanical components. If I do that now... Or enter repair greater 70. That could be quite a large storm of people trying to move to the repair facility. Is there incentive for citizen vehicle? The incentive is that it works like buses, but they can pick their own destination, and it increases the loyalty of the citizens. The downside is that it increases traffic, and in this update also maintenance for more vehicles where you don't get paid for it. So it's like a status symbol, I guess. Okay, we have some resources. And loyalty, I don't know if it increases happiness as well, but it increases loyalty, which basically increases the productivity of the person, and that spirals quite high. If a person is at 30% productivity, only 3 doctors can treat one person, but if a doctor is like at 100% productivity, one doctor might be able to treat 2 people at the same time. You can see that 9 doctors, 10 doctors can treat 28 people. But if they were at really low productivity, which can come from low loyalty, they might have trouble treating 10 or even 8 people with a fully staffed hospital that we have set it to. Fully staffed, it would be at 30. Wasn't that like at 50 capacity maximum? I think they reduced the maximum capacity of the hospital. I think that one was 50-50 before. I think they dropped that, now that I look at it. Now it's 30-30. That's fine. Maintenance is done, our gravel processing has resumed. And I guess we still had gravel stored in here, so we could have told the vehicles to pick it up from the facility instead. Oops. But we didn't need it anywhere, we needed the gravel in the asphalt plant, and that's only in the storage. So now we should get our helipad / the factory connection done. It should be on its way now. And we do have our helicopter. The helicopter is already here. It's only set to import electronics right now. It even got some electronics already. But I think we'll set it to import electronic components as well. I think both of them. Might be able to import both of them at the same time. Do you confirm that at the end of work shift people depot? You only need to plan the logistics around getting people to work. It is assumed that the people can get back home with the infrastructure that you have set up. So you don't need to drive them to work and then back. The only thing where that is not the case is personal vehicles. Personal vehicles will drive back from the workplace to where they were before. But if you drove them there with public transportation, then they just basically are back home and have their free time, where they need to take care of their amenities. Visit service buildings, go shopping, etc. Okay, we don't have as much fuel as I thought we would. Still moving a lot of fuel out of here. No, they don't. Well, they do, but only if you use personal vehicles. So for example, this facility is only run with personal vehicles. So if we look at this work shift of 4 hours, he will get out of the facility and walk back to his car, he or she. So they do get out of the facilities and drive back. In my previous run I tried to run an oil refinery with only personal vehicles, and it was a nightmare. I tried to supply 500 people per work shift by car. It might be possible in the new version with one-way, one-lane roads, but I had a lot of trouble with the intersections where two lanes were merging into one, and they wouldn't let the people merge cleanly. I was able to get them all onto the correct lane so they could merge, but the vehicles wouldn't let them. So my hope is that with the new mechanism of being able to have, let's say this is a one-way road, and then you have 2 roads here that you want to merge, that you can then merge them cleanly without traffic being interfered. Roundabouts might now also work better, maybe with these smaller one-lane roads. Remains to be seen. I tried a roundabout, it did not work as well. I had to use traffic lights and other nonsense. We had a lot of vehicles running, but the main reason was no buses. And I mostly followed that. I had to resort to buses to save the Republic. And I always had one bus that I allowed myself to use, otherwise it would have been really painful to get the workers out of the customs house at the start. Okay, helipad finishing up. You look like you could use some repairs. Oil refinery to gravel processing. You're like 5 years old. I hope you're gonna get some repair soon. Walking distance. 400 meters is good. You can increase walking distance by some tricks. I said like with the bus stops. But I think it's fine. If they could walk a kilometer or more, it would feel weird. Then you have your town, you have your industry, and they just walk along the road to work. I mean, the map is a scaled down version. Maybe in the future, when optimization gets really good, maybe they can think about larger maps. But that's something for after release, I think. The game has as much content, if not more, than City Skylines with all of the DLC, in my opinion. And I find it more engaging, even though it's more fiddly. Maybe my mind just hasn't clicked yet, and I don't know how to build large cities yet. And then it would be a different game, but I like fiddling with the systems and making them running with the least amount of work as possible. And the other thing is, this game runs with more than 20 FPS also. I have stopped City Skylines mostly because the performance got really terrible after a short while, and then you were running at 20 FPS for most of it. That really annoyed me. Helipad is up. Let's start our helicopter. Import of electronic and electronic components via helicopter. Go. Citizen distribution of electronics from this facility now. We will disable import of electronics from the customs house. And electronic components, although I don't know why you had that. I don't know why you had electronics set. Was it because I used you right now for something? I have no idea why electronics were set. Must have been a misclick or an old setting. Software limits, yeah, it's unfortunate. They tried to appeal to low machines, but to an extent where I guess the engine was also getting really overworked. Single core nightmare. I don't know. I wasn't really that much involved in the technicalities of it. I just got really annoyed by the limitations, unfortunately. Okay, so where was I? I was switching electronic imports off from the customs house and also components for some reason. I hope that is not something that will bite me later. Come back to bite me later. But I don't think this distribution office should be doing anything with electronic components. But yeah, electronics are now helicopter-based import. I think Unity is constantly developed and has a few updates, but porting it to a newer version is difficult, I guess. Oh, a new epidemic. Thank you, game. Appreciate it. We're still suffering from the old one, and you're throwing another one on us. Well, we've run our people through education mostly, half of them. Amount of tourists is steadily increasing again. We have some tourists waiting at the airport, waiting for room to become available. Or I guess in this case a bus to pick them up. And I need to bring fuel here, otherwise the helicopter can't refuel. I guess it flew to the border first before deciding to come back, because I didn't specify that, so... But yes, we'll have electronics from US currency now, and that's reducing our expenses a little bit more, those sudden bursts of expenses. We still have to set up our export and our loading platform, and also the substation with the wire and everything. Pump check is on fire. Well, that's going to be a test, I guess. It's burning. Not too quickly yet, and the fire trucks are pretty quick. But if it was snowed in, that could be a problem. City Skylines 2 makes me some hope, but it's clearly not the same gameplay as... Yeah, it's not the same as Workers' Resources. I mean... Oh my god, there's no workers. I don't want to lose the fire trucks. Where are the workers? That should be enough. I am not confident though, so we're going to tell you to go to the fire station, and the rest is going to go into the oil refinery to make sure everyone is a firefight. Wait. You're a different truck. You're going to be repurposed. You're going to go here, unload, get all of the people out, go. And you're going to go back to what you were doing. So, the steady supply of citizens to the area is not sufficient. Helicopter time? I hate them, they are so loud and OP in this game. It's only one helicopter importing electronics and electronic components, because we have a lot of US currency and we're not using it. I have not built helicopter construction offices, if that's what you mean. But I would use them in emergency situations. You are 8 years of age, and you need to go repair. So I guess the first shop has... Why do you not have food? My assumption is that we just ran the food through too quickly, and there's a vehicle on its way right now. I think the vehicles are starting to break down and deliveries aren't as quick as they should be anymore. Okay. We also need to get repairs, really. Wear and tear when the vehicle will be automatically repaired, 70%. So it shouldn't be 70%, it should be 30%. I thought it was the durability still left. Oh, right, I always mix that up. It needs to be 30. I want to repair at 70% quality, vehicle quality. Not too late. Okay, are we getting a fuel delivery here, maybe? Or is the distribution office for fuel just constantly busy and not able to keep up? It is assigned. It's set to unload. I think the trucks might still be busy supplying fuel everywhere. Heliport cargo platform. Okay, so we have a vehicle traveling here right now. I was just impatient, I guess. I think I would have made the same mistake. Yeah, it's... The percentage is a little bit weird. Like, this does not... Okay. Set at what level of wear the vehicle will allow service and repairs? 30%. So 30% wear. 30% and higher wear. Just need to get used to it. And then in here, in a vehicle, 30%, yeah. Lower number repairs faster. I think higher number repairs earlier, but that was just a problem. Come on, fuel truck. Bring the fuel. Where is the tiny fuel truck? Did it already deliver? Seems like it already delivered, but... Oh god, we need way more fuel. The tiny fuel truck is not that great. I find them so nice looking, but the amount of parking space you're wasting by just getting a small truck is annoying. In my book, 30% of wear means 70% is fine, in good shape. Yeah. I just thought I set it to 70% because I want them, if they break down below 70% quality of the vehicle, then they would get repairs. But yeah, I'm just reading that wrong. Why are you not delivering fuel to the helicopter? Also, why is that going away when I pause? You really need repairs. Where are you going? Heliport. Okay, 15 tons. 15 tons of fuel. Here we go. It might be that we don't have enough fuel in the oil refinery right now, and is always waiting for the fuel to be produced before it can be delivered, so I might have to import some fuel to kickstart things again. But we'll wait. We'll wait and hope that no other problem appears. The gas stations are also way undersupplied, under 30%, which they should be supplied to. So I will temporarily turn on the fuel imports again, because they are necessary. More employees at the employees at the refinery? Yes. But I don't think we have enough oil production, so I guess I might be wrong. We also lost a lot of people because of the pandemic, not because of anyone misplanning the waste management. We lost a lot of people because of the pandemic, so we're a little bit short-staffed. What's our bus doing here? Only 8 workers able to be picked up. Sometimes it goes to the Brelov bus stop and finds a lot of workers, and sometimes none. So we could add another bus to increase the chance of a large pickup of workers. But that is spending money to try and solve a problem where we don't have enough money. But that's how you got through that, I guess. And now we wait for the bus to actually be able to get out of here. Oh, it made it. Well, get to work. And enable line spacing. Once all of the construction tasks are done, then we will also have a lot more workers available again. Running minimum capacity has these issues where the worker count is not working as well as it should. Our helicopter is running, so we will be getting a mixture of electronics and electronic components soon. Very good. Most of the time in life you have to spend money when you don't have money. Yeah. That's when you notice that you're spending money, I guess. If you have money and you don't need to worry about money, then you're spending money without noticing, I guess. This area is getting a little bit traffic heavy with all of the personal vehicles. We might have to force this to be a one-way road, so traffic can only flow one way here. Then vehicles have to move in, and we have a clockwise one-way road. That means we would have to upgrade this to asphalt, but it could improve traffic. Less expensive solution. Yeah. If you're saving money, then it might cost you later on. If you're not replacing your mattress, you might get back pain and have to get surgery and all that stuff. If you're not paying for I don't know, teeth cleaning, if you have to pay for it, then you might have to get a root canal or something. All of that stuff could come back. Alright, that was also using up some steel to construct. We can export a lot of bitumen. All of the bitumen stored up we could theoretically export. Let's see. That pipe. Increase priority. We have the pump set up. We need that pipe. And we need the foreign connection. And then we can export all of the bitumen we have in the refinery right now. Okay, that's a mix of electronics and electronic components. Very nice. We're refueling. We won't fill you up fully, but most of it. And then you're unloading and picking up more. Thank you, Hawk, for pushing me towards setting up that solution. That was not that difficult, and it should reduce our costs immensely. And also put the US currency to good use. But yeah, the helicopters will have to run continuously. And we might be giving our citizens less electronics for a while. But yeah, now we're going to set up the export for bitumen. Hopefully before the refinery runs full, but it might not work quite as quickly. I want to see how that connection behaves. $660 workdays with 55 workers and another bus. Should be able to finish that. Okay, one more delivery of mechanical components and we're ready to build that one as well. It will be a short burst of money, but not a continuous one. We're not going to continuously export bitumen. I might have to empty this out a little bit so it can continue running. So this should finish, I think. Then we have one more pipe and the border post. And probably that wire. That wire is also kind of important because otherwise the pump will not run very much if we only use the electricity from the gas power plant. Profit of 250 tons at an export price of, let's say, 1,700, so 250,000 plus another like 150,000, so 400,000 from bitumen export, unless I'm doing the math wrong. I'm sure that setup cost a similar amount, or I'm overestimating how much it cost. First pipe is done, next pipe starting up. I hope it's bringing cranes over here. I don't know what the cranes are doing right now. They might all be stuck in reconstruction projects. Like building that high voltage, reconstructing that high voltage switch. Oh, it's not reconstruction, it's actual construction. Cancel that, free up the cranes to go somewhere else. Like the pipe that we're trying to build. This area is just deteriorating and not being used right now. That's fine. We'll move people in soon. I guess technically we could already move people in if we build up a residential structure and fill it with food and clothing. They would be reasonably happy, but it wouldn't be ideal. No electricity, sewage handling is not set up, but almost done. Well, I guess we're gonna hook up one structure. Hook up two structures. Need more workers. And that one needs a lot of workers and also a crane. Reconstruction of flats, unfinished pipe, and more unfinished pipe. And now we have a traffic jam. I think I'll set this up as a one-way road. I can't put a traffic sign here, can I? Oh, it's too short. Too many personal vehicles blocking everything. That temporarily increases the range, the distance that the fire station has to travel, and I don't like that, so we're gonna make a temporary road here where vehicles can drive out that way. And we might have to keep that road for the fire services. now that I think about it. Or we do the one-way direction differently, but then the fire station has... I guess we could upgrade this one and make this a one-way road instead, to only go inwards, then the personal vehicles can't drive through the bus stop. That makes more sense. But we'll still upgrade this one. That will be a quick task. Pipeline is done. No, we just need that facility. The crane is here. 2,000 workdays. Let's get it done. Not much money lost from the balance perspective, but repayment rates of the loan are in the 250,000 now. So exporting all the bitumen will save us 2 repayments. Okay, that one is full. Okay, let it run again. At some point this tank is full, and then everything will have to be exported. Hopefully we'll get there. And hopefully the export rate is fast enough. I don't think it's going to be super slow. It should be fine. If I keep it open, then everything would flow into the storage tank. And the storage tank is just for domestic supply. The export line is between the refinery and the tank, so only the overflow goes into the export. If I keep this open, then this would drain all the bitumen out, and I want to export some right now. I do not have the pump after the storage tank. The domestic supply is after the fact. The flow is not reversible now. I would need to run trucks from the tanks to export if I wanted to export the domestic supply then. The pumps have an input connection and and in this case 3 output connections, and it's not reversible. But you could of course now pick up a pipe and try to make a loop, like where you loop it back into a pump if you have a pump that connects multiple inputs. But in this case I used splitter pumps because I wanted to have one pipe go for domestic supply and one for the output. So right now I'm just trying to conserve a little bit of extra bitumen for export before I open up the gates for normal production. Okay, we need more buses, for sure. 2 full buses would finish that, I think. That's not a full bus, and that is also not a full bus. A little bit more extra work will finish that. This wire will finish fast when we get to it. I wonder how far... I mean, we've been constantly spending money on our rail construction. Well, theoretically. Never mind, we haven't spent any money on rail construction. I lie. I just try to make myself feel better, but this hasn't been running for a while and just sitting on workers that haven't been doing anything. Great. I thought it was still in auto search range. Stop warning me about electricity issues. I'm dealing with other things right now. Okay. More full buses, please. Fuller buses. Buses will have to travel a little bit further. I guess they're going to go through the dirt road instead of traveling this way. That's good. That's the refinery. And the last bus is not going to pick up as many people. Yeah, 800 workdays, but thanks to the power of a road crane, production or construction goes much quicker. So we only need like a tenth of the workforce amount. And we might be able to finish this, but I think we'll be short a little bit of workers. The productivity of our workers is really high, but I still think we need 50 workers to finish this. Yeah, our waste storage is continuously filling up still. Export priority is high. Domestic priority is low or medium for now, when we turn that on. Looks like they'll finish that. Good amount of electronic components, not as great an amount of electronics anymore. The helicopter is probably still bringing an exact 50-50 split of both. And it's done. Oh no, I have to set what I want to export, so we can't run both through the same. Oh no, we can both. Okay, export allows anything, I think. But import, you have to set the resource that you want. So if you want more than one type, then you have to set it. Alright. Turn on. Now we just wait for electricity. And our money is going up a little bit. Don't have that much bitumen right now, but I would say that it is pretty effective. Just a little. Now we're exporting all of the bitumen for now. We do have a decent amount of bitumen in storage. 500,000. Okay. How's our tourism? 200,000. It's looking better. Everyone has received their education, so they can work in tourism again. Yeah, we don't have enough fuel. So fuel pickup from the distribution office will not be the refinery anymore. Will not be the refinery anymore, but the tank for fuel for now. Because we have a decent chunk of fuel in here that we can't use until we have the loading station. Also, waste burning oil refinery load. Yeah, that one is also. Wait, what did I just unassign? I thought I unassigned the refinery. Oh yeah, the customs house probably. Right. Refinery is gone. I think I unassigned the customs house. And here you can load bitumen for now. There's some bitumen in there. Okay. I should repay some of the loan. Monthly rate is down by 40,000. Yep, it was not just that, it was 600. Wait. We also exported other stuff. 460,000, yeah. We also we also exported all the fuel in there. Whoops. That is true. That is a problem. because... God damn it. Because this is pulling anything out of here, not just fuel. And not just bitumen. I need to put the pump after the fact and then... That's terrible. That is terrible. I need to remove these pipes again and hook up a storage in between. So I can make sure that one only exports fuel and one only exports bitumen, because right now we're exporting both. So, domestic storage. High priority, export, low priority. I'm still not saving any of the fuel because it's getting exported. Stop. Oh, that one hasn't been running. That's in domestic supply, yes. No, the priority is only where it goes to, not what resource goes where. So we're gonna waste all of that steel. No, not all of that. We're gonna cut this in half and put some tanks in here. I have 2 pumps, yes, but if this pipe pumps to here, to the export, it can just also draw the fuel and pump it to export. It doesn't know about that, it only should take bitumen. Only from this tank over here does it know it needs only bitumen. So we're going to set up a tank here that will only allow bitumen to pass through, and one tank that will only allow fuel to pass through, and then it should work. And these tanks are always empty, they just limit the type of resource that gets passed through, and it's a shame that we have to build them, but to make sure that this works the way I want it to, I will have to spend those resources and do that. And after that's done, we can disconnect the pipes and run them into the tanks, set the resource, and then it will work. Where we can always export bitumen or fuel. So now we're saving the fuel, and the bitumen gets stored up, I guess. Wait a minute. If I want the bitumen to get exported, I could just use this. Because then the fuel gets sucked into here in storage, and the bitumen is exported right away. But yeah, the problem is if I want to save bitumen, I guess. Confusing. Well, once this pipe is done, we're gonna export bitumen again for the time being, but I will set up these storages to make the export behave the way that I want it to. We'll also have our loading stations set up soon. Only 9.5 million loan. Pretty bad. How's the helicopter looking? That one is set to wait until unloaded, right? Yes. We need way more electronics. Buy another sky crane, I guess, and tell it to just import electronics. I should probably have another landing pad for just importing electronics. I don't really have a warehouse for domestic resources. Well, we're running at a reduced rate of electronics right now. Our population count is back up to where it was. We have some 21-year-olds without their own flat again. We'll get our new village set up. And then we have more workers for the refinery. Because our oil is running full. How's the mod community? The mod community is really active and awesome. You can check the Steam Workshop from the community tab inside the Steam store. There's a lot of content available, maps, vehicles, also some gameplay functionality, like people have modded in early starts. I have avoided mods. This is a deep rabbit hole that I could fall into. I really want to start from the 1900 start, but I don't want to go chase and install 200 mods, even though there are mod collections. I have abstained from most of the mods for now, and it has paid off for this version because this version included a lot of the mods into the game and also paid the creators. Lots of the buildings that you see are actually mod based, that are now fully fledged components of the game. Second pipe is up. All the bitumen has been exported and the fuel still gets saved. So this one high priority into the tank, but the tank only accepts the fuel and the bitumen goes into the export. We have decent amount of bitumen here to be picked up, so we can let it run a little while like that. But soon I'll have to tear down these pipes and hook them back up into the storage tanks and fix the mistake that I made. Not a huge mistake, but some issue in planning. We're making a decent amount of money. We need to repay more of our loan. I think the helicopter can continue importing electronic components. I think electronics is just too slow. I don't think our people are gonna get too cranky, because we still have electronics stored up. But yeah, the electronic import is quite slow. So yeah. Let's say there's all of these facilities are like mod buildings or new buildings. These ones I think are old. I think these ones are old too. These ones are new. These ones are all new, the larger buildings. The hotels I don't think are new, but I don't know. Yeah, I got so much money I can like start a huge production and take construction and take out a loan and never worry about it. We just earned enough money to deal with the repayment rates for the month. It's 208,000. So we haven't broken even for the month yet. And we're still fighting. At least fuel is looking better now. When you run out of fuel, things go bad really quickly because you have traffic jams everywhere. And now that you can't quick sell vehicles anymore and get some money back, you actually have to spend money. That would have been a nightmare. But I approve of the change. Also, we don't need that dirt road anymore. I'm pretty happy that this oil field is making not a little amount of oil, but a pretty good amount. Don't use priorities, just spread the oil out evenly, I guess. So we also still get some oil for the power plant, which reduces our import need for electricity whenever that one runs. Almost starting with the tanks. As soon as this one runs full on fuel, we're also exporting fuel by default. Oil refinery is so powerful. I really want to do a run where I just do an oil refinery and hook it up to the border and just import oil and export fuel and bitumen. Yeah. Always skirting the edge. I mean, once you start having 10 or 20 million rubles, it's like there's no problem anymore. Unless, of course, you have such high inflation that it actually is not that much money. But right now the inflation is, I think, only double or triple. I think double. It would be so much better exporting to the western border and then picking up another resource. How's the liquid fertilizer? I just had an idea. How's the resource cost for liquid fertilizer? Oh my god. We found our resource. I found the resource that I need. So this is what we're gonna use. Oh boy, money problems are over, guys. We just have to set it up. That border doesn't work that well. I think this is the best border for it. So this is gonna be cheese, I think. I think our money problems, like I've said like in many times, are solved. So I want to try this cheese. This is gonna be nasty. I hope this thing can't start burning, but it probably can. So, we need a pipe pumping station. Don't do it, it's so boring. But I want to sell liquid fertilizer to the east. I could convert all of this money into... I could convert this into 9 million rubles in an instant. It will have to be built first though. We can toggle it on and off. And the pump might catch fire. We don't need anything. If the pump catches fire, it's fine, we can rebuild it. It doesn't have to last that long, it just needs to last for as long as we need to sell it. I need to get, either I need a helicopter construction office or I need to build everything from this customs house, which is gonna be annoying. And I want the road to look decent and realistic and everything. There's a mountain in the way. I guess a helicopter construction office would be the easiest. Let's build a helicopter construction office. Hawk, what? No? I mean, I can't stop it. I mean, we've already seen how that works, and I think it's gonna just turn all of the US currency into rubles and then it's gonna stop. Okay, we'll stop it. I have done such things in past games. It is not for the series. It's not a series, it's just a test. Well, the downside being that we got rid of our factory connections, so we have to not factory, our pipe connections, so we have to research those again. But that's fine. You want me to fly? Can I fly? Can I fly that with an aircraft? I need a tanker aircraft. I don't think there's a tanker aircraft, is there? I mean, the the pipeline would have done it like... You saw how quickly it exported the bitumen. It would have done it like at that speed. The airport takes a while. I have to test that. Let's do a quick test just to see how it looks like. I will revert. We will test it. We will save just to show Eric how what it looks like. So let me turn on. Let's turn off realistic mode. Let's turn off researches. I also have to turn those off, otherwise we'll have to wait until we get the factory connection. Okay. So I need electricity in this area also, I forgot. Oh, I have... never mind, another stupid idea. So we need electricity in the area. That will be fine because we can just plop down a power connection. I made a save, yeah. Nah, we were gonna use full power. We want this to go as quickly as possible. And... foreign connection. Spend US currency. Quick build. Then we need a pumping station. From there to there. And build that. And then we need a substation with a wire. Import electricity. Okay, so this is what it would look like. We set this to... oh, it can't import fertilizer. I thought I saw fertilizer. Never mind. Well, we can still use it. We can... It's not going to profit us, but I thought it could also do fertilizer, so it doesn't work with this. But yeah, we're now turning our US currency into rubles. That's a shame. I guess we have to send trucks to use the fertilizer then. It's not working as rapidly as I thought. So it's not as OP. Never mind. Usually, if this was liquid fertilizer, it would double the amount, but right now it's basically converting it 1-to-1. So we'll have like 4.5 million at the end. And I thought the bitumen was going quicker. It's only transferring a ton of bitumen. I know why. Because this only imports, I think, 3 tons. This has a limited import capacity. This has, I think this can't import as quickly as our tank could export. No, the electricity is fine. That one is barely used. I think this just doesn't provide enough. What pipes do we have here? Ah, it's a splitter pump. Otherwise I could have merged maybe some more connections into this. I mean, we can still try. Let's try triple that. Merger pump. Oh, electricity. Right. Yeah, that works too, but electricity is really low amounts, and you need to lay the wires. So the value for electricity is not that high. It's pretty even 1-to-1, but very low amounts. Bitumen import, so now it's going much quicker. It is a capacity issue of the connection. Now we're transferring 4.4 tons about. I wonder how many connections you can stack. Like how high can you push that? You could combine 3, 3 and 3 and then combine them again, so you have 9 connections. But I think that's something for a different time. We're gonna revert now. That was a fun test though. Let's make sure. I think the settings have been saved. Man, good thing that didn't work as well. Let's make sure realism mode is still correct. Okay, the settings are back. Research enabled and realistic mode is back to enabled. So, that was just a fun quick test. Airplanes can't carry liquid fertilizer, unfortunately. But we could use airplanes to... Can we carry containers with airplanes? No. Otherwise I would have flown nuclear fuel. The DLC one can? Okay, but that one's coming in like 7 in-game years, I think. It's not available yet. But then we could export nuclear fuel with an aircraft. We made a profit last month, pretty good. One 1,000 a day, yeah, that's gonna be slow. But whatever works. If it works, it works. Okay. I don't know how many assignments we still have left. I think we should be fine for... Never mind. Component warehouse, load electronics. I need a distribution office to handle these areas. Can you move a player from one house to another? You can relocate people, yeah. You can relocate citizens or just highly educated citizens to different buildings that have room. That works. Okay, for now I guess until we build the new distribution office, the hotel distribution office will take care of that. We should have electricity. Let's limit the amount. No clothing in this, just food. And meat. We still have to set up the refrigerated storage on the outskirts. Right now I will just buy a truck to deal with that. Thank you for the follow, Eric. Appreciate it. We'll get a refrigerated truck. And that one will run the imports for now. Until we get a dedicated freezer on the outskirts. And then it'll just import from the... I guess we'd already have the freezer. Never mind. From that freezer. to here. Okay. We have a residence. We don't have food yet. Don't have goods in here. I need to set up a distribution office for villages. That's a demolition office. And that one will handle distribution of just food, alcohol, clothing, and electronics. Meat distribution will be handled by dedicated trucks, and I still have to get one for that location. Load meat and bring it over here. And that should always provide enough meat for the area. Although that might overfill this meat storage and mean that it uses more electricity, but it's fine. I could also, when I have the distribution office, move the refrigerator truck into the distribution office and set it to 30%. There's things that are never worth producing. There's always all the things are worth producing, I think. Everything... like, all the things are needed in something. Some things might not be worth it to export. Like if you're using foreign workers from a customs house to turn food, to turn crops into food, it might be a very slim to negligible profit margin. But for domestic consumption, it's always worth it to produce it yourself instead of importing, if you can get your hands on the resources. And even if you have to import the resources, it might be worth it. Oh, the only thing that is, I think, tricky, I think producing electronics yourself is not cheaper than importing them, because the cost of the raw resources might still be higher if the game has progressed far enough. I think then you have a problem. Bitumen. That one is fuel. So, we'll separate the pipe. Let's check. It could go here. I think it's gonna go in that one. And then it'll come out here as well. Foreign worker. You can get workers from the customs house to do things for you, and you need them at the start if you're playing on realistic mode, because you need workers to build buildings. You can bring the resources there, you can do the groundworks, but you need workers to actually finish the construction of the work site. If you're not playing in a realistic mode, then it doesn't matter. Okay. Shall we let people move in here and see how much they complain? I mean, they will complain a lot because we haven't set up anything yet, like kindergarten, school, hospital. Maybe I should work on that now. I need to look at the grid that I wanted to do. 164 meters. Okay. So that's like the grid square where I want the commercial buildings to be. Unless I want to move the roads out a little bit. The roads are just for planning right now. The roads might all shift down by one. So we'll have like kindergarten in here next to the residential area. We have a school. Doesn't align properly with the road. I don't know why there's not an entrance on that side. I think it might not be an entrance. Or I think it might be. And then a hospital. All of these are not urgent, especially since this is basically accepting workers that we have access of, so whoever goes here will have a slightly miserable time for a time being, but they can help build these buildings. We'll probably give them an indoor pool though. This will need a road connection, so that should actually be on the road. We'll put the school over here. And move the small clinic to the road. This road might have to stay the same, because that's the only way to get the connections there. But this road I think is not gonna be like that. So this is going to be the service road. We have room next to the buildings for footpaths if we need them, except on this side, but there's going to be footpaths all over the place. And then, yeah, we'll see what this area holds for us. This will have to go through here. We also have to get waste management services in the area. I don't think we have a technical service over here. That is the closest one. It does have this town in reach, I guess. Or we might have to build dedicated technical service in the area. Our storage tank is set up. I think the demolition is probably done. No, it's not. Still working on it, slowly. We'll set up the fuel export first, because they can also run bitumen export out of that. And then we'll do the bitumen tank. And then we can switch all of the pumps to what they should do. So for the time being, this will hold bitumen, so bitumen can go through export when the pipe has been restored. I guess it can hold... yeah, bitumen. Bitumen is fine. Build all of that. These ones can not be constructed right now, because I don't know if I need those edges. This one can probably go away, and this one too. I don't know if I need that road connection. I probably do. Let's get that road in, just so we have it as a maintenance access. I'm not sure about the kindergarten location in school yet. Also the size of the kindergarten. I think a small one will be enough, but I'm just going to be safe and build a larger one. We'll also need technical services to go here and bring water. Alright. And they are bringing water here already, so these are in range. That's good to see. Okay, we'll be able to hook up the sewage tank after the footpath has been constructed. Let's start that. Okay. We're still running full on oil on both of these, which is good. That's a lot of workers to the refinery. That's also good. We have 2 buses running right now, and if both of them have that many workers, that would be really good. And once we have the new village/town set up, then that's definitely going to be the case, because they don't have anything else to do in this area. They could already start living here, except for the fact that they can't reach heating, but the excess workers would walk to the bus stop and then walk into the heating plant from there. I might have to upgrade this road to asphalt, because I think it has enough distance. This is 144 meters plus 167 meters. It's just barely more than what is actually allowed. I'm gonna make that an asphalt road. And now this should tell me that the walking distance to the heating plant is sufficient. Only from one residential building, but that's good enough. This heating plant can only accept 7 workers anyway. Flat in Brelov is on fire. Don't see anything. If I set this as a one-way road, I still have the issue of fire engines not being able to go through. I should use traffic signs. I mean, right now we don't have any traffic issues. Right now it's okay-ish. Oh well, it's fine. Last month, import, lots of steel. Did I try making aesthetic cities? That hurts, but yes I did. I tried to. I tried to make them not grid-like, except this one. This one I want to build in an aesthetic city, but grid-like. But these ones I tried to make follow the terrain a little bit with the roads, so they're not like just follow the grid, put all the buildings in. I've moved to the point where I try to make curved roads and everything look a little bit more natural. But for this one I'm trying to make a compact city center and then maybe try to put a more natural looking outside border around it. Not sure if that's gonna succeed. I think we should let people move in here as soon as we have the asphalt road done. Then they can man the heating plant and can man all the services. Yeah, I know. Some people really like the look of things and some people think like, what the hell is going on, what's that looking like? It always depends on what you're used to. Like I was looking at Google Maps recently at Munich, and I found like a lot of block buildings and it looked very Soviet style for some reason. They had like city areas that were completely block based, and then in the middle was like shopping areas. It was kind of ridiculous looking when you looked at it from the top, but I guess it works. Oh, now that works again. Okay. We're working on it. We don't have the money to make aesthetic cities. But that's in the plan. Episode 250 I've planned for that, if we get there. If we don't run out of money before that. Where are the demolition offices picking up workers from? Brelov? And you don't have any worker trucks. Worker buses. So we will have one bus picking up workers occasionally. And since this I think this demolition should be done with explosives. So we don't have to spend time waiting on workers here. Just blow it up, get the resources out of here, and be done. That's a good use of explosives. If you can't use machinery, just use explosives. Should have probably set that up earlier. I mean, aesthetic is also in the eye of the beholder, because I find this area to be quite aesthetic, even though it's not very large. But I see a lot of people building housing blocks really close together, and I try to avoid that. This is like the closest that I've built houses together, I guess, in recent times. I really should try and build a really, really super dense urban area, as dense as possible. Like that level of density. And see how many people you can squeeze into a city. Where they can have a LAN party stringing a cable from one balcony to the other. And if you don't know what a LAN party is, then that's fine too. We need an ambulance here. Lots of food. No clothing yet. I guess clothing and electronics are not really the domain of the hotel distribution office. I guess we'll wait until we have our new distribution office for all of this. It has been constructed already. Okay. So for our villages, speed is kind of important, but also capacity. Well, the city hasn't been planned out from the start, so it slowly develops however what we need. I have not tried to design or set up a city from start to finish. That would be... and then have it be built. That sounds quite challenging. Well, you could start realist mode with a lot of money and then try and build a city from scratch, like where you design everything and then you just let it build itself and see how your design goes. We don't have alcohol yet, but that's to come. Those are the 4 basic resources. Meat is handled differently. We'll pause real quick. Toggle on these. Toggle it off. And then hook it up into the supply here. And I think I'll also move the refrigerated truck over, because for urban areas it would make sense to just have that available in general. So we're unloading meat into here, and we're loading it from the city storage, I guess. I should load it. No, I'm gonna load it from the customs house. How's our clothing supply? Pretty bad. We'll have to keep the imports turned on for now. Wait for the refrigerated truck to make its way here. Unload. Grab a duck. There it is. We also might need still the we still might need the gas station in the area, just so they have fuel available. This could be in range, but I'd rather make sure that the vehicles in here can just go to the gas station to refuel. Once the kindergarten and school is set up, I think this area is ready for people to move in. And the workers that are then waiting at the bus stop would then be picked up to go to work in the area of the oil refinery. They would also work in the power plant and everything. One building that I forgot was the cinema, but we left enough room for that one here as well. I think I want a footpath cutting across all of this. That doesn't work. Oh yeah, that works. That looks good. They have longer walking distance potential through gravel footpaths than through gravel roads. Well, that's not gonna look really ugly, but it's fine. No one will notice. Feeding plant stop production in November. Very good. The game lets you choose how much money you have at the start. Yes. Various difficulty settings. You can also play with unlimited amounts of money to just get used to the systems. And then you can have all of the systems on, or if you don't like water or the crime system or education, you can also turn those off individually. So if you look at the difficulty settings, you can change how angry the citizens get, what energy management you use, etc. There's a lot of different options that you can use to modify the game to your needs. And for money, you can start with very low amounts of money, which is 1.4 million rubles at the start, up to infinite amounts. Not the direct amount, but there's 4 presets: easy, medium, hard, and infinite, I think. So the game lets you customize whatever you want, pretty much, to varying degrees. Some systems are based on other systems, so you cannot run some of them without others. Okay, demolition should be done for the pipe, thanks to explosives. That means we can hook up these. Come on. Sure. That's not what I wanted. So that will handle exports, and then we can also change up the other pipe now. I'll also use explosives for that one. Just say change demolition method. Fire, pump jack, sure. Another warning, basically, like, do you really want your oil field to be without snow services during winter? Are you sure? Not sure, but technical service for this area, I guess. But then I don't usually clear gravel roads, so I guess we have to upgrade this road to asphalt to make sure it gets cleared. Did the game give you a list of pending build tasks? No. The game does not do that. You can go, if you want to see what your construction officers still want to do, you can go into this list and see what the tasks they have found. But it is not all tasks, I don't think. And I don't know if the list of vehicles in buildings includes incomplete constructions. So apparently it does. Cinema and Karabadak are incomplete, so you might be able to find everything you need in that area. It's not a clear, these constructions are still waiting for resources. There's a few ways you can go and look at things. I need garbage stands. I need to make sure that this one does not explode into a lot of garbage. School is the wrong way around. Let's fix that. A small school will probably, definitely, probably be enough. I don't really want any connections on that side, I don't think. Actually, it was the right way around. Changed my mind. Let's check on the pipe. That's a very quick demolition. Like it. Can't get the connection here. Gotta wait for the other pipe to finish, I think. It doesn't like the two pipes right next to each other. We'll have to wait until they finish the construction of these other two. And then we'll probably be able to get... Oh no, the demolition isn't done yet. They have to carry away all of the mixed waste. Day-night cycle, there's a way to sync it with real day? No, there's not. The real day goes... Oh, if you mean the real life day, that would be a very long time. But the in-game day goes really quickly. That would be just light day, light day. Like this bar is the in-game day. But if you want to, you could try making a suggestion on the Discord if you want real-life synchronized daytime. It does have an impact on game mechanics though. Mostly the solar power plant only works during daytime. Yeah, you want the game... Oh, you want the game... Yeah, you want the game time to be the same as the real-life time. So right now, for me, it would be just darkness. No, the cycle is up here. The day-night cycle from the visual perspective is different to what the game is actually running at. Unless I don't understand what you mean by 4-day cycle. Do you mean like the day-night is 4 days? I don't know about that. I think there's a mod for making the month tick by at half the rate, so each day is slower. But I don't know if that affects the day-night cycle. I haven't used it yet. There's a calendar mod, I think it's called. Yeah, I get what you mean. I think it's time to upgrade these roads to asphalt. At least until the first area here. And maybe set up a technical service. For now, I think I just want to move slowly towards asphalt until the fire station is in reach. And then even if it's not cleared, it can travel slightly faster along here. And the electronics have run out, so our citizens will get slightly cranky. Okay, that should get the roadwork started in all areas. Only asphalt needed. Hopefully nothing burns down now, but there's always a risk of that, like with our cafe at the start. So I could move people in now. There's no one in the heating plant yet. I think I'll try. Just, why not? Allow people to move in and tell them to go to the heating plant as a first stop. And now we have unemployed people, so there should be enough people on its way to the heating plant, I think. Yep, there they go. So hopefully no one dies. And I'll manage everything now. Don't overdo the construction sites, please. Except for the waste gathering, I think those are okay. I might still give you an indoor swimming pool, we'll see. And I guess we can also move people in here. If they're happy, it's fine. Okay. Area is now active. Health is low. Sure. There's no heating problem. I don't know what you're talking about. It's fine. Oh, there's no one working in the heating plant anymore. Why not? There's like a base level of workers that you need to make everything run decently. And I think it might be... For me, I think it's 150 to 200 workers. If I have that many people, usually my town area runs fine. Without too much micro. Yeah, this is already good enough, and we're like at 150. Still have to set up the cinema and the school to get the base education here. And maybe a bus stop to make sure that university educated folk always can come to this area. I think I still need that, so I don't run out of that. I wonder what the education level is over here. We still have lots of university educated folk. I think in this area they're taking their vehicles to drive into town and get a university education, maybe. In any case, there will be a medium-sized parking lot here. So we have the ability to accept some workers for these facilities if they need to drive here. They can walk to the hospital and they can walk into the school. Just some basic services. Okay, now the demolition is done. Now the connection works again. Okay, so that one into that one. And then we have our bitumen export storage tank. So we can turn the bitumen pump in. I guess maybe not, because we want to export the bitumen right now instead of pumping it into storage. But yeah, just gotta wait on these pipes. And then we can export some of the remaining bitumen. And soon we have the proper setup. So we're basically using the tanks as filters to make sure we're not exporting anything we don't want to export. Because the foreign pipeline is indiscriminate. It just takes whatever. I don't know what the price is for, if it tells you the price of the last listed good. It might be that this was like, we exported a mixture of bitumen and fuel and it was horrible, but it still accepted it. Okay, there's our export bitumen. The loading facilities are ready, so we switch our fluid distribution office over, because these can load much faster than loading at the tanks. We have bitumen and we have fuel, and they are set correctly. Lots of fuel, lots of bitumen available. How many unemployed people do we have here now? None. Because this area is still like in development, we still need the other residential buildings, and then we should have a decent amount. But right now the area is basically still coming online. Looks like the other building has also started filling up. We also need a pub. Pub is good. Well, I think a pub is good. Some people don't like providing a pub to their citizens. Pub needs a road connection because it needs alcohol delivered. Lots of workers in the kindergarten, no children yet. And we've exported the bitumen for another 350,000-ish. Very good. So I think we're now going to switch this over to store the correct resource that it should store, which is fuel. And then we're going to set this to the correct setting, which is domestic export. So once the fuel tank is completely filled with fuel, it'll start exporting fuel. And for bitumen, it's set up correctly as well. So we still are waiting for the storage tank connection, but we're basically filling up our domestic storages now. I might have to set up a technical service in this area. I worry that our fuel tank might burn down. It shouldn't, because the fire station is right here, but you never know. This is like holding 600 tons of fuel. Which is about 600,000 and all the bitumen. So this is the money we have in this area right now, which is 1.5 million in resources. I should also move the distribution office for fuel down here. It's still set up here. Man, that small cistern truck is so... I don't know what it is. It looks like a... Oh, this is gonna be super nerdy, but it looks like a Warhammer 40k Space Marine with a tank attached to its head. Uses for bitumen are limited. The asphalt plant needs it. We need gravel and bitumen to make asphalt. And I don't know what else right now out of the top of my head. I don't know if there's another use for it. Only roads, yeah, I think. And export. Maybe... I don't know if there's another... I mean, you also use asphalt for construction, so... Buildings need foundation, and you need asphalt for foundation, so... In a sense, pretty much everything needs it. And sometimes building maintenance and reconstruction and all of that needs it. What else would it be used for? I can't think of anything right now. I was thinking maybe licorice, like Soviet licorice. I think plastic needs oil. Plastic takes oils and chemicals to make plastic. Well, part of the foundation is asphalt. Like, this area is still part of the foundation, but it's like a parking lot, so it needed asphalt. The square underneath the building is all foundation, but part of it has a parking lot on top of it. Because there might be an underground garage or something, or like a cellar. Basement, if you will. What have we imported this year? Looks like we imported some electronic components from the east somehow. What's the food import? No fuel import, I'm so happy. But it looks like our food factory isn't keeping up with things. Which is fine-ish. I would like if it would be able to keep up. But it's not the main goal right now. This is basically just making our tourism more profitable. At least we have tourists again. And the capacity for tourists. People complain about not being able to participate. Oh my god. We need another indoor sports facility. That one was overrun. Let's get rid of that free gas station. I don't think we can fit a larger sports facility here. This thing is just enormously large. But maybe that one as an alternative. Could fit that here. I don't know what the building looks like fully built, so I'm just gonna presume this is a good front for the building. And we're gonna build it like that. Don't want the power line. I don't want the power line, I want the footpath, thank you. I will suppose this is not asphalt made foundation and somewhat bitumen sealant. Oh, sealant, yeah, bitumen. Asphalt could also be handled as a sealant. We don't use bitumen in any construction, so if I, for example, build a building, I guess I just placed one. The foundation needs 60 tons of concrete, 45 tons of gravel, and 36 tons of asphalt. That's what they want for foundation. Or groundworks, I guess it's called. So maybe it includes the cellar. If it does have a basement, then make sure it's waterproof. Yes, we are out of electronics. Also, we don't have enough cellars here. Those come and go in waves. Heating problem. Terminal. Hellas prefab flat. No, don't start with me. It's only minus 17 degrees. I don't know what you're complaining about. We have 13 people working in the heating plant. We might have to set up another heating plant to deal with that. Could also send more workers here in general, but yeah. At least our people are accustomed to the cold, I guess. Lots of passengers here that want to visit some culture building, drink alcohol, pray. We're working on it. Mostly the alcohol and culture part. What's our helicopter doing? Helicopter is stuck with electronic components, so we're gonna disable the import of that and just run a few loads of as many electronics as we can. Let's get the electronics unloaded. Keep running. You look like super beat up. Why aren't you going for repairs? Go for repairs. Repairs are not cancelled when idle for too long. We have a lot of vehicles that are on their way, supposedly. No. Or are our repair vehicles on their way? No, they have that. I think they might have that problem again. Where they have run out of resources, but they don't know it. Okay. Yes. Let's see if that one fixes it. It's going to the demolition office, so I assume it's taking care of all of these dump trucks. Well, Karabarak has people living in it now. Slowly building up the remaining facilities. Very slowly. But it's working. We have some unemployment in this area now, so we may now switch over the buses, I guess, that bring workers to the refinery. And let them bring workers directly to the bus stop instead. So instead of Brelov, you're gonna go pick up workers, and only workers that have an education from this area. If this keeps going the way villages are, it means we need 3 assignments for a village. A warehouse for the grocery store, small store, and a pub. And the meat storage, I guess. Which is gonna take ages to drain, but that's fine. No, they're complaining about no police. The police will definitely not have range to get down there. Go get some repairs. Jesus Christ, you're like at 83% wear and tear. Yep. So we also need a police for this area. Small police will do. Yes, we're working on electronics. We have our best helicopter pilot on the case. It's just gonna take ages. Might have to work on producing my own electronics. Now that I have oil and wood, and what else do we need for the chemicals? Crops, oil, wood and gravel. We have all the resources. We can make chemicals. Maybe we should make our own chemicals. Yeah, that helicopter import is probably just going to deal with importing electronic components, not electronics. It's not keeping up with the demand for electronics, unfortunately. And to fill up all those warehouses that have run empty, starting with electronic imports right now could be really painful. So hold off, I guess. I'll just keep a very low import rate for electronics. At least the helicopter is only doing that right now. And nothing else. 3.1 tons per import. It's taking a very long time. I'm gonna trigger one import of electronics. With all the trucks that can pick it up. So 3 trucks pretty much. Okay. That'll be as much as the helicopter, but times 3, so 9.3 tons. And it's probably going to drain all of our money. Why are you not in a repair station? Let's replace some old vehicles. $111,000 in vehicle imports from just a few clicks that didn't make a noise. Very expensive. That should happen automatically, but the interface is being worked on. Hopefully it'll get fixed again soon. You're out of fuel? That gas station doesn't have any fuel in it. Okay, there's a vehicle heading here. But does that mean that our fuel distribution office is just overworked? We haven't repaired yet either. I'm gonna get 2 more trucks. Things are running out of fuel here fast. Hopefully they can still make the fuel delivery in time. Otherwise we're running into a few traffic jam issues. I guess they're driving around the vehicle, it's not blocking too much, but that one is. Let's recall all vehicles home. And I don't know where you are from, but... Oh, you're heading to one. Owns car. Yeah, I don't know where you're from. And we got fuel. Our fuel distribution office is on fire. I just bought 2 new vehicles. $8,000? These vehicles are not getting replaced. They should be in range of the repair station, but they are not. I wonder if that's a problem with this building. Might have to check that. But I'm also going to call it here, because the stream has been going on for quite a while. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you also very much for your support in how to get through this. We are slowly, I have said this so many times, we are slowly starting to make money. I could switch over to export for bitumen, I guess. I should prioritize export for now. When the pipe is up, we're going to prioritize bitumen export. And we'll get a warning if the bitumen storage runs empty. Next time, we'll continue our tourism and waste-based run, which has turned into more of a general set everything up run. Yeah, just go into a repair station, stop blocking things. I might have to replace these vehicles. How old are you? 5.3 years old and you're at 87%. Just go to a repair station. But yeah, as always, thank you very much for watching. Have a good evening of your Sunday. Have a good start to your week tomorrow. I wish you all the best. And as always, maybe I'll see you next time.